Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call this hearing to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory in the home and the traditional land of the Ojibwe, Cree, Dakota people, and then the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation 33 territory. My name is Ron Merritt. I'll be your chairperson this morning. Introducing the panel member to my left is Mr. Ian Mahone, and via Zoom, panel member Richard Whitbread. Our assessor this morning is Afrin Desamohava, and our recording secretary is Belen Rojo. To the Zoom participants at the hearing, please note that we'll be placed in the waiting room until the property is called upon. Then it'll be your turn to be admitted to the meeting. Kindly follow along the City of Winnipeg Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you to the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You'll then be permitted to speak in respect to your property. Once the hearing has been concluded, you may leave. This morning, we'll be hearing application for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matter of which revision is requested has been described in each application, and we will limit discussions to those matters. The statements that are made at the hearing are sworn in testimony, and anybody speaking in these matters must be sworn in. Please be advised that comparisons with assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent of it, along with the city administration. We make our decisions based on the evidence provided at the hearing and issue a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note the board decision in respect to application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of King's Bench. The matter pertains to application for exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the board's order. In respect to the hearing this morning, I'll confirm the points of appeal with the property to be addressed and each applicant following the swearing in. We'll then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and will be then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each party will have the opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all evidence about the application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket this morning. The session will close after the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decision. You will receive the board order by registered mail as soon as possible, as information on public hearings are live and recorded and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing this morning items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. And Mr. Rojo, you can swear in or affirm the assessor and swear in Mr. Swift.
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Arif Dasmahamed.
And you affirm the evidence about present the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Trevor Smith.
And you affirm the evidence about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Assessor.
Good morning.
The first property we have on the docket is 770 Pandora Avenue East. So you can take us through this property and tell us all about it. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's the Board of Revision file number 22-267, roll number 09010475100. Address is 770 Pandora Avenue East. Roll year is 2023. Reference date is April 1st, 2021. Assessed value is $21,419,000. Parcel use is industrial, miscellaneous. Number of buildings is 8. Number of premises is 6. Number of stories is 1. Actual year built ranges between 1973 and 1995. Same with the effective year built. Wall heights range from 11 feet to 44 feet. Zoning is M3 manufacturing heavy. Land area is 5,453,939 square feet. Plan area is 434,189 square feet. Gross floor area is 438,109 square feet. Leasable area is 408,796 square feet. Land to plan area is 12.56 to 1. So now, if you just turn to page 20 of my appendix, page 1 of my appendix. You will see the map of the subject area. It's located in the northeast quadrant of the city. On page appendix 2 is the parcel boundaries. It's in the southwest corner of Pandora Avenue and Ravenhurst Street. On page 3 is the overhead views of the subject property. On page 4 is a close-up of the buildings there. And then on page 5 and 6 is the street views. On page 7 is the building summary. So there's 8 buildings there with 8 sections. You'll note that most buildings 2 and 8 have wall heights of 12 feet and 11 feet respectively, or approximately 1% of the total gross floor area. Buildings 3 and 4 have wall heights of 35 and 44 feet respectively, or approximately 14% of the total gross area. The rest of the buildings have a wall height between 22 feet and 27 feet, or approximately 85% of the total gross area. On page 8 is the income and expense summary that the applicant submitted. So you'll see on the total income there as of December 31st, 2020 was $3,313,214. And if you just compare that to the income and summary expense submission that was on page 13 from 2018, the total income there was $2,518,000 approximately. So over the two roll cycles, we've seen an increase of approximately 32% in total income. So going back to my, I'll just a couple more things on the mailer. So the 2021 mailer I've included also because the applicant did not put the leasable area in the other 2 expense mailers. So the 2021 mailer is included just to show what the owner is claiming as a leasable area, and that is located on page 12 of my summary. So they're indicating a leasable area of 417,500 square feet. So that's slightly more than what we have as leasable area. So breaking down the 2018 and 2020 income, we see that the leasable rate per square foot is $16.16 for 2018. And in 2020, it goes up to $8.10. In 2020, only one tenant was being charged net rent, and that was Delta 9 at $7.26. The other rents are semi-gross. Those are located on page 9 of my appendix. And I'll just take you to page 17 of my appendix. There's a listing for the subject property. You'll note that they are asking or advertising a lease rental rate of $6.25 semi-gross for a warehouse space. That's right at the bottom of page 17. Manufacturing space at $6.25 per square foot, and office space at $10 per square feet. So again, those leases are higher than what we are assessing them at, but I'll get to that in a second. So also on page appendix 10 and 11, there is the COVID supplemental a questionnaire that the applicant submitted. And you'll note that the pandemic had a minor impact, if any at all. It was only one tenant that had deferred rental, and that tenant was at non-arm's length with the owner of the building. So really, there was no impact from the pandemic on the other tenants that are leasing in that building. So going back to my page 3, there's the comparables that I've utilized. So all comparables are industrial manufacturing properties such as the subject. All leases are current in relation to the reference date. Year built ranges from 1963 to 1998. Wall heights range from 12 feet to 36 feet. Leasable areas range at different intervals from approximately 9,500 square feet to 2,000 square feet. 200,000 square feet in a similar fashion to what the subject has in order to compare the different leasable areas available within the subject. Net rents range from $4.65 per square foot to $8.70 per square foot. On page 4 is our workup. So we're utilizing an overall net rental rate of $5.13 per square foot, 3% market vacancy. We're utilizing 3% for non-recoverable expenses, $3.85 for vacancy shortfall. This results in a rounded capitalized value and assessed value of $21,419,000. And just for comparison, if you turn to page 26 of my appendix, page 25 and 26 of my appendix, there's the status of title for the subject property. On page 26, you'll see that there are 3 mortgages outstanding on the subject property for a total of $26 million. And so 2 of the mortgages are from the credit union, and one is it looks like a company, Andrew Defer and Richard Defer, for $1 million. So back to my workup. Oh, sorry, before I get back to my workup, if you just turn to page 47 of my appendix. I have some external industry reports just to see what other players in the market are reporting. So on page 48, there is the Colliers Q4 2020 market report for the industrial market in Winnipeg. So right at the top there, highlighted in yellow, you'll note that they state that the industrial sector in 2020 closed with strong fundamentals. It continues to show signs of strength despite the effects of the pandemic. The fourth quarter closed with low vacancy. And then the last line there, you'll note that they're indicating that rental rates have increased at an annual rate of 2%. At the bottom of that page, you'll note that they're indicating that the market is expected to be active as well into 2021. They're predicting an increase in demand for new warehouse space. And then on page 53, I have the Q1 2021 market report. So you'll see that 2021, they're indicating started with the same momentum as in Q4 2020. Demand for warehouse space and industrial buildings continued to be strong despite the pandemic. And then down at the bottom, highlighted again, the last paragraph, the underlying fundamentals of the industrial market continue to remain strong. They're indicating low vacancy, stable growing rental rates, and strong demand. And then on page 54, I have the cap rate report from Colliers. You'll note that they're indicating again demand for good quality industrial property has increased, leading to a cap rate decrease in the Q1 2021 quarter. And they're also indicating that volumes for industrial sales activity for industrial and multifamily has returned to pre-pandemic levels by Q1 2021. And then on page 56, I have the CBRE report for Q4 2020, and on page 57 is Q1 for 2021, and they also indicate that there's strong demand for warehousing in Q1. There's renewed interest from institutional investors. So again, it's just not us that are saying that there is a lot of activity in the industrial sector. Other players in the industry are also indicating that. So in summary, given the strong state of the industrial market in Winnipeg over the last number of years and the strong forecast for the foreseeable future, I believe that the assessed value of $21,419,000 to be fair and equitable, and I respectfully ask that the board confirm this value. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Ref. Mr. Smith, questions of the assessor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have a number of them. I guess to start with, and this will kind of cover all of the properties that we're looking at today on the docket. Given workload at the city, were you able to inspect this property? Or?
No, I wasn't. No.
Okay, so you're not familiar with the individual structures or buildings on site then, I guess?
I haven't, no, I haven't visited the site.
Okay. Looking at the listing that you had included in the addenda material, so appendix 17, page 17. So I believe you'd refer to these asking, these are asking rental rates, correct?
That's what they are indicating, yes.
Okay, and each of them, aside from the small office space, indicates that they are either gross or semi-gross, correct?
Yes.
So those would then be reduced by operating expenses and would very likely be under what the city's projecting as the net rent, correct?
Yes, I believe though the landlord does recover utilities and maintenance on some of the properties or some of the tenants.
Okay, but just to be clear, these are gross, and we're comparing that to net. So
they're semi-gross, yes.
And again, those would be asking rents, not necessarily what was achieved, correct?
I have no idea how they would set that up.
Well, okay, I'll address that later, I guess. The mailer that you had indicated, so appendix page number 8. So again, you had indicated, I believe, that their total income was higher than what was projected by the city. But that would again be a gross figure, correct?
It's semi-gross. It's not gross. It's semi-gross.
And
so they're it looks like they're recovering insurance, utilities, and property tax on one of the tenants.
On one of the tenants, yes. So when I look at the net operating income on the same page there, So they have it noted as $969,000 plus, although they have mortgage interest deducted. So if we were to add the mortgage interest to that, we would be in the neighborhood of $1,230,000 as an NOI, just based very roughly on their income and expense form there. That would be about $700,000 less than the city's projected net operating income. Is that correct?
Yes.
And looking at, I guess going back kind of to the first question. So the leasable area that the city is using of 408,796. Do you know which buildings that
Yes.
applies to?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. If you turn to page appendix 7. There is the total gross floor area. However, the leasable gross floor area, and I'm assuming those the leasable is taken from our field inspections. So there is the total gross area, and the leasable gross area is 408, but I do not know which exact buildings are those are indicating.
Okay, the main building you would agree would be building 1, though, the 346,000.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Bear with me here. And page 44 of your brief. This is an email with the representative of the province contaminated sites program.
Correct.
When I read through this, it does indicate that the site is contaminated and has monitoring wells and has not been remediated to date, correct?
Actually, we used to assess for excess land on this property, which was contaminated. So I believe this was a city dump at one time.
That's correct.
So we used to assess for the excess land, but we do not anymore because of the contamination, and it's not remediated anymore. So yes, the excess land was contaminated.
Okay.
But you will note that we are applying a 9% cap rate on this property, even though I take it because it has some stigma associated with it.
Okay, just skipping backwards then to page number 3 and the lease comparables here, and I'll try and be quick. So the city's using an average overall net rent of $5.13 a square foot. When I go, so I'll just go through these quickly. So the first one, 9,500 square feet. That's essentially not going to be comparable to the subject.
No.
Okay. Second property, 861 McLeod Avenue. I have had direct contact in the past with this property and owner. That's Woodland Supply. That's a non-arm's length internal lease, just to pass that on. So that would not be admissible, correct?
Do you have something indicating that that is a non-arm's length lease?
No, I have telephone conversations with the owner. So certainly the city's welcome to explore that, but that is the case.
Yeah, we don't have it as non-arm's length.
I know, I guess what I'm suggesting maybe is a phone call to the owner there would be in order. Third property, 1750 Inkster. That one's owned by Artis REIT, is that correct?
Yes,
And that underwent extensive redevelopment in 2015, where the front office portion was demolished. A modern loading court was put in with dock level loading, many loading doors, some internal work as well. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the permits issued on that property.
Okay. 55 Dunlop, 26-foot ceiling height. That's industrial rubber. That's a short-term lease of 1 year, right?
Yes. Now, you'll note that some of these leases are older. It's because the size of the property, the subject property is, it's a large property. So finding larger leases is hard to do. But yeah, we know that leases, rental rates in the city have gone up. So that's just one lease I have. We're not putting a whole lot of weight on there, but that's what it was in 2015, 2016, or end of 2015.
That's certainly fair, and I agree. It is challenging to find leases of sizes such as this. And then the bottom two properties, 50 and 80 Furniture Park. These are the Palliser properties on the south side of Furniture Park, correct?
Yes.
And those would be internal leases as well, correct?
No, they're not. They are actual tenants. I just did a docket on these properties not too long ago.
So 2015, Palliser is Palliser owns their
They own the buildings. They do lease part of it, but there's also tenants in there.
Do you know the overall size of those properties? Because we're looking at 130,000, 198,000.
Yes, I do, and I have double checked these. Like I said, I just did a docket on these last week, so I'm pretty familiar with these properties. There is a tenant in there. Yeah.
And it's not in any way related to the Palliser owners, you're telling me?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but there are tenants in that building.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Whitbread, questions of the assessor?
Just coming back to that question around the excess land. I thought I heard someone say there are no wells dug, there's no contamination, exploration, or monitoring going on that land. So if that is the case, would we assume the land is not contaminated?
The land is contaminated. I think there's a plan in place for 20. Let me just get to that email. There is a remediation plan in place. And it's the impacted material is to be transported off to a licensed facility. So currently it is impacted, the excess land, but we are not valuing the excess land right now.
I understand that. I maybe
Yeah. So the remediation plan was filed in 2021.
Okay, so it's fairly current then. Thank you. I understand your position.
Thank you. Mr. Malone?
Just with respect to the status of title, I see that was printed. I'm looking at page 25 on your appendix.
Mhm.
That status of title was printed as of August 10th, 2022.
Correct?
And those are the active charges as of that date.
Yes. So the registration date on those mortgages are 2006, 2011, and 2013.
Right. Okay. As a result of Delta 9 being here, are there additional regulatory schemes in place to monitor the Delta 9, or are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
I thank you. I just have a couple of questions. You are now using a cap rate of 9%. And you're saying that it is derived by taking away the excess land value.
And it's not derived because of that, because there's stigma associated with the building. It's on the contaminated list. We're using a 9% currently.
And you had mentioned that there's 3 mortgages on the property.
Uh-huh.
I think you said that it comes to a total of 26 million.
Correct.
Okay, but do you know what is involved in regards to the 3 mortgages, whether they be furniture and fixtures or equipment?
No, it's land transfer. If you look at the registered owner, the land description there, the land description is right on page 25, right at the top there.
So
These are land titles.
are you just trying to support the value that the city's at?
No, I'm showing what mortgage. So when there's a mortgage on a property, I am supposing that the bank, being a former fee appraiser, I know when there's a mortgage on the property, there's always an appraisal done. So if we're saying the property's at this and the bank is coming in at that, so it's got to be somewhere in there, I would imagine.
Well, there's a difference of about $5 million between where the city's at and
Sure, yeah. The city's not always perfect, and I don't think the bank is always perfect either.
Okay.
But that's why appraisers get put on the hook with their E&O insurance, I guess.
So I'm just, but normally the value to the mortgage is the land and building, is it not? So you're saying that does not include any equipment in there?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. All right, I thank you. Mr. Smith, your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Further to everybody not being infallible, I have a slight adjustment to my overall valuation. My final market value comes to $13,213,000, and that's reflective of a change to the capitalization rate that I used for the property, which we'll get to at the end here. But just wanted to address that up front. In hindsight, I felt that an adjustment was appropriate. To begin with, I'm just going to address the mortgage issue as it is being used to support the city's value. It's not something I typically get into, but it's been brought up, so I'll just address it quickly here. So on the page 26 of the city's addenda appendix, we have 3 mortgages listed here. One for 10 million in 2006, one for 15 million in 2011, and one for $1 million, not to the numbered company, but to the family itself, the 3 siblings of the DeFer family, for $1 million. Now, I have not pulled title on or pulled each of these transactions to review the background on it or gone into detail with the owner on it. What I can tell you is that with mortgages, you can have cross mortgages where more than a single property is reflected in the mortgage lending. Certainly with the numbered company here and the DeFer family themselves, they have numerous industrial properties held under this same ownership group. in the city of Winnipeg, and each of those properties has production equipment in it. They're a furniture manufacturer, and it's certainly the case that there can be lending based on the not just the building and land, but the fixtures and the equipment that's contained within that property as well. I'm not saying that 100% is the case, but it certainly looks like that when I review the numbers here. We're going back to 2006 and 2011. And in the course of 5 years, we have another $15 million loaned to them. That's not reflective directly of the realty value for the subject property quite clearly. So just wanted to address that to begin with. Let's move into my valuation. So we're looking at 770 Pandora Avenue East. It is owned by the numbered company indicated, which is owned by the DeFer family. This property was the main one of the main manufacturing facilities for the DeFer Furniture Company in the city of Winnipeg. And it worked in tandem with the other ones located in Furniture Park, immediately to the north of where the Palliser Furniture plant was that we were discussing slightly earlier. So as a plant for furniture manufacturing, if you look at my cover page, you can see an aerial of the property, and you can see a variety of buildings on site of different sizes, orientations, etc. I will point out that the building in the top right-hand corner is actually 760 Pandora, and that is Delta 9. And it's not actually on this roll number. It's a separate roll entirely. That property was sold off a number of years back. Delta 9 does occupy some space in the main building as a tenant on title for this subject property, but that building doesn't compose part of the overall realty here that we're looking at. So let's move forward to my page number 3, bit of background on the property. So 2023 assessment, 21,419,000. We're looking at a 70% jump in value over the 2020 assessment, where it was reduced from 17.8 million to 12,606,000. That value is still under appeal at the municipal board, as is the 2018 value at 13,499,000. So 70% increase, we're looking at, what is that, $9 million roughly increase. I didn't do the math on that, but clearly we're not seeing leaps of 70% in value over a 3-year time span. Bit of background there. The effective date obviously is April 1, 2021, not 2018. As indicated higher up, it is zoned M3, and our buildings on site were built between 1973 and 2005. Total site area of 125 acres, and we have a total leasable area of $451,259. Now, bear with me, I'll go through the improvements relatively quickly here. Again, this overall property was built as a production facility exclusively for DeFer. They were the only occupant of the buildings for a very extended period of time. Only recently, with the drop in or the change in furniture manufacturing business, they have had to take on tenants in the main building. So that is a relatively recent shift in the last number of years. So let's quickly look at this. To start with, the buildings that have been constructed here are not all leasable space. Some of them are open air, some of them are very specific in their construction with regard to the manufacture of furniture, and would serve no purpose to any arm's length tenant out there on the marketplace. So we'll get into that. Page number 4, we have description of the improvements. Combined leasable area of 451,259 square feet. It may be slightly smaller according to the city if we remove a few of these buildings. The building identified as the scrubber building, which we'll get to, is an unheated steel frame structure that houses mechanical and pollution control equipment. It really has no other purpose, can't be tenanted. The kiln building, similarly, steel frame structure, houses a kiln. That would also not be a rentable structure for any arm's length tenants. The dryer building has an unheated section of approximately 12,000 square feet that is open to the exterior along the south side, so it's not enclosed, and is used for material storage. The biofilter building is an unheated Quonset building without any services and is a specialized component of the particle board manufacturing process. Again, not rentable. Wood storage building is an unheated covered steel structure open to the exterior on 3 sides. Again, not a leasable space. That's a brief overview. You can see the where each of those structures is located. We also have description of them on the following pages. We can be relatively quick on this. Page number 5, the main building. This is the largest one, 346,000 square feet. This is where all of the tenancies currently are. Built in 1973, 22-foot wall height, exterior wall height, roughly 10% office component on the front. Second building, kiln, 1995, 1,500 square feet. That one again is not leasable. You can see the interior there. Page number 3, the scrubber building, 91, 24-foot exterior wall height. Again, very specialized use and structure, would not be leasable on the market as described. The same goes with a good portion of the dryer building, although not the entire thing. It has a age of 1989, 12,800 square feet in the original building. Then they added the addition that was open to the air for material storage. So dryer building has, the original one has a height of 44 feet. But that's, again, to accommodate their equipment. You're not looking at warehouse space here. Moving on, production building on page number 8. Built in 89 and 93, roughly 50,000 square feet. And it, again, is used in the production of their materials, but could theoretically be converted to use as a rental accommodation with a significant injection of capital. Biofilter building is a Quonset hut. The floor is actually perforated and is strictly used for their purposes. Again, it's not leasable space. And then you have the 2 wood storage structures as indicated on page 9. So that's the overall property that we're looking at. A lot of non-usable space. Essentially, we have 2 buildings that could be treated as leasable space. We move on to the site itself on page number 10. As noted by the city in appendix 44 of their information, the subject site, or a portion of the subject site, the easternmost portion, which I'll indicate here, is a former City Winnipeg landfill, and it is contaminated, and it is monitored on an ongoing basis according to the regulations of the city and the province, etc. As noted by the city there, there is contamination and no remediation has been done to this point. So we're looking at a former landfill site that would at a minimum need the remediation indicated, but our information is that it still requires monitoring on an ongoing basis. So I don't know that development of properties such as that is imminent in any kind of short time frame. Now, is there value to it? Yes, there's certainly a significant land area there, but what is the appropriate value for it? Page number 11 gives you documentation from the city of Winnipeg with regard to the contamination and the monitoring. You can see the information there for you on pages 11 and 12. We'll skip beyond that. The property location, page number 13, as you can see, it's located right out at the very end, Pandora, in Transcona. The CN rail yards, pardon me, are located to the west along Pandora. That's the major land user there. There are a smaller number of industrial buildings located to the east of that, of which the subject property is one of them at the very end of Pandora. Moving forward, page 14, functional obsolescence. Functional obsolescence occurs when a property loses value due to its architectural design, building style, size, outdated amenities, etc. So that certainly comes into play with the subject property. Page number 15, another thing to keep in mind when we're valuing properties that are of significant size, such as this and somewhat special purpose. Again, we're looking at 450,000 square feet. We don't have leases of this size in the city. We don't have tenants of that size in the city. So we have significant size tenants, but they don't come anywhere close to that. So subject property does have factors that come into play when you're valuing it for market value. Asset appraisal model utilizes multiple regression analysis to predict rental rates, vacancy rates, operating expenses, NOI, and cap rates. Obviously, the inputs for properties such as this will not be numerous at all, so it's essentially based on smaller properties. Property-specific factors for large-scale industrial properties that make them essentially special use in many cases, size and function being the first one. We have a property that was originally designed as a furniture manufacturing plant. Number two, often this type of property has specific equipment or fixtures that are specific to the occupant's needs. That's clearly the case here. Layout or development is rarely suitable for another type of tenant. Again, that is the case here, and usually have limited arm's length rental potential. So we have text with regard to that on page number 15 with size and function, essentially classifying the property as a special purpose property. Given the limited number of potential tenants or purchasers for a property of that size. Functional obsolescence, I've run through a bunch of that here. You're free to read the text there if you wish. I'm happy to answer any questions. And then limited rental potential. We've gone through the buildings that are on site. There is one main building that has rental potential, obviously, and one other building that has potential rental ability given an influx of capital, which could potentially convert it. The remainder of the buildings are not truly not leasable property. So those points need to be taken into consideration when we're looking at the final overall market value. Let's move forward to the actual valuation. So page 17. Subject property does have leases in place. These are all in the first building, which is called the Logic building. the 346,000 square foot building, 22-foot exterior wall height. Tenants are in there on a gross basis. And we've gone through the exercise of bringing those back to their net effective rates, as you can see on the chart on page 17. So the gross rents ranged from $5.25 to $10.46 per square foot. When we deduct their actual expenses, you can see the resultant net rental rates ranging from very low end of 64 cents, obviously, up to a high of $5.85 a square foot, with an average of $2.19 a square foot. Now, that isn't necessarily appropriate as far as what we would ascribe as net rental rates for the subject property, but it is actually what they're achieving in place for the subject. These units are not built out. They're essentially taped off on the floor for the most part. There have been one or two that have been done, but it's been on an ad hoc basis. Again, as the furniture production business has evolved and shifted, and the fair has contracted and ultimately stopped production entirely and shuttered their operation. They have increased the number of their tenancies in that space for that reason. So what would be an appropriate rental rate for the subject property? Well, what I've done on page number 18 is use the City of Winnipeg's shortfall rate, which is reflective of roughly standard operating costs for industrial properties, and deducted that from the gross rental rates to give you net rental rates in that third column on page number 18 in the upper chart. Now, if you run through these, they are somewhat higher than what we were looking at, low of $1.40 up to a high of $6.61 a square foot, presumably for some of the office space at the front. Overall rental rate of overall average of $2.95 a square foot. So again, that's what they're achieving as far as the gross rental rate, deducting the city's average shortfall rate of $3.85 a square foot. Their actual costs are higher than that, but we are we're being conservative in our projection, and we're at nearly $3 a square foot at $2.95 a square foot. Our leasing comps are shown on page number 18. Just going to get the details on those out so I have it in front of me. It's not the one. So these, as a refit indicated, it's difficult to find significant size leases in the Winnipeg marketplace to compare to the subject property. So when we look at the subject here, we have 450,000 square feet in total. Obviously, there's no leases of that size out there on the market, but this is what we have, the most recent ones and most appropriate ones. So let's run through this quickly. 1821 Wellington, this is the former Sears warehouse. It's certainly an older building, close to the airport, 2016 lease at $2 a square foot for that site. 1093 Sherwin, 1964 age, 19-foot wall height, $3.15 a square foot for a 2018 lease there, covering 175,000 square feet. What I'm going to point out to you now, so number 2 is 1093 Sherwin. Go down my list to number 9. We also have 1093 Sherwin. It's the entire building. So The lease in 2013 for the tenant that was there was at $2.75 a square foot. The lease in 2018 is $3.15 a square foot. So we're looking at 40 cent increase for 105,000 square feet over a 5-year term. 1750 Inkster, I'm not going to run through each of these necessarily, but I am happy to answer any questions that you may have. I see I've noted one of the tenants here in 770 Pandora at $2.85 a square foot net. 630 Kernahan, another good indicator. This is a former Palliser distribution center that they have converted to multiple tenancy. We have a number of leases in there going back to 2012, 2013. But we have, again, start with 26-foot wall height, built in 1973. It was purely a distribution center, so it was high cube warehouse, good loading. And we had leases in there at $2.86 a square foot, $2.75, and $3.55 for a smaller unit. The largest one, $355,000 at $2.75 a square foot for superior property. As you can see, our range there is in that $2 to $3.75 a square foot at the upper end. Each of these leases is for considerably smaller space aside from the $355,000 one. You can see the orderly progression in the lease rate at 1093 Sherwin, bumping up by about 40 cents. I have more text for you on page 19 that I'm not going to run through. I have increased our rental rate to the $2.95 a square foot, as indicated. That's an increase from our last cycle projection for market value for the subject property. So we're not staying static, we're increasing as the market advances as well. I've run through the challenges in leasing a property of this size. There's further text with regard to other significant production plants in the city. We have Bueller Versatile on Clarence at over 780,000 square feet, Standard Arrow at 640,000 square feet in the airport area, and Macdon on Moray at 611,000 square feet. These are their production plants. Presumably they have additional buildings in those areas as well. The subject at 450 is getting towards that size. So the lease rate is going to be on the lower end. So we are at $2.95 a square foot. Move on to the vacancy. Industrial vacancy is shown on the top of page 20. You can see the various sources there. Investment vacancy between 7 and 19%, 7 and 12%. Johnson report indicating 3 to 4%, taking into account owner occupants. Arm's length broker is 3.7, 3.8. So they're all in that vicinity. The subject property obviously has significantly more vacancy than that, but we are deferring to the city's vacancy rate of 3% in our analysis, and we'll address any increased vacancy risk in the cap rate. Now, believe we're in agreement on the cap rate, so we won't touch that further. The expense allowance, Mr. Chair, did you wish me to discuss that, or are we all familiar with our arguments as well as the city's?
I think we are heard the presentation, so
Okay.
I don't think there's a need to.
Great, thank you. Shortfall, we look at page 21, subject property had operating expenses of $4.61 a square foot. For 2020, we've deferred to the city of Winnipeg's $3.85 a square foot. So we're not seeking anything additional there. And the capitalization rate, ultimately, we end up using the same 9% cap rate that the city has. I'm not going to run through this in detail as we have another property that we will touch on it on. The text is there for you to see with regard to the inputs for consideration of an appropriate cap rate for the subject property. And if we flip forward to page number 23, as I'd indicated, in hindsight, or on a second look, I have changed my capitalization rate to 9% from 9.5%. And this gives us a market value for the main portion of the property of $12,764,000 based on our summary there. What I will point out to you as we're going forward here, so our property built in 1973 through 2005, the main building built in 1973. With the 22-foot wall height comprising 350,000 square feet. Capitalization rate that the city's using there is 9%. They used 9% in the last cycle as well. Skip forward. We have attributed additional land to the subject property as it is relatively extensive. There is a former landfill as described. And the city had a figure of just under 60 acres, 59.35 acres, noted as additional land previously. What we have done is attribute some value to this property in order to arrive at an overall fair market value. So the city, in keeping with similar large manufacturing industrial properties with a similar circumstance, so 99 Murray Park Road, also former landfill contaminated site, the city had used a value indicator of just under $7,500 per acre for this 99 Murray Park additional land. We don't have any indication from the city in this cycle of what their table rate for land such as that is. So we have moved forward with the same valuation. The contamination hasn't changed. There has been no remediation. There wouldn't be a lift in value necessarily for land that has contamination and stigma on it as well. So we have applied the same $7,461 per acre to the land area, giving us $449,000. So one additional sale there for you to support that. We add that to our initial value, we come to a total of $13,213,000. The addendum materials include the income and expense for the subject property, and we have the decision from the 2020 cycle on my page A7 in the addenda, indicating the reduction to $12,606,000 based on our market value plus $1 per square foot for the additional land. And that is my presentation, and I'm open for questions.
I thank you. Mr. Assessor, questions of Mr. Smith?
Yes, please. So from your presentation, we are in disagreement with net rental rate and expenses. Is that correct?
That is correct. Russ, we've added value for the
land. Okay.
land.
So going back to your comparables. I also have rebuttal, so should I go through my questions first?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Smith, the comparables you utilize on page 18 at the bottom, those were the most recent ones you can find, leases in place?
Yeah, similarly to the city's evidence, it is challenging to find leases of a significant size. So we do have a few more recent ones than the city's using in 2016, 2018.
Okay, and so your 1821 Wellington, is that the indoor car park?
It is the former Sears warehouse building.
But the 1821 Wellington with that space leased out at 146,000 square feet is the car park, is it not?
I'm afraid I don't have the tenancy noted down here as to what the tenant is, but the building itself is the former Sears warehouse.
Okay, and your comparable 6, 7, and 8, 67,728 square feet, 108,000 square feet, and 355,000 square feet. Those are all in that building, you state?
Yes, that was that was material that we had from doing work on the property back at that time frame in 2012, 2013.
And you would agree that rental rates have gone up since that time? From 2013, 2012?
As a general rule, yes, rental rates have changed over time. General trend.
Okay, so in regards to the shortfall amount, or sorry, the expense allowance of 7%, you would agree that the city prior to 2020 did use 7% as a expense allowance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, the city was using 5% for management and 2% for other costs?
That was the terminology that the city used, yes.
And prior to 2020, also your briefs that you presented were the same, is that correct? 7% for management and 2% for non-recoverables?
We, for expediency, we used the same terminology that the city used in their valuation.
And since the last time the city used that, you have changed your terminology, is that correct?
Okay. Yes, we have changed the terminology to correctly identify what the individual portions of the non-recoverable expenses are. And we've gone through this description with this panel and every other panel extensively, so they're well aware of what we're discussing with regard to the non-recoverable expenses.
So your terminology was changed after the city removed the 5%, is that correct?
My terminology, we correctly identified it once the city made that change in their valuation modeling, yes.
But prior to that, you were in agreement with the city's.
We were in agreement with the 7% as an overall non-recoverable amount. We were not disputing the terminology at that point, as it didn't really matter at that point in time. We were not aware that the city was going to make a wholesale change and try and reduce the overall non-recoverables by the methodology that they have.
And sorry, just going back to your rental rates, you have a table on page 18 at the top there. You have taken the gross rental rate from the tenants there and just subtracted the city's $3.85 shortfall rate. Is that correct?
So to answer your question more clearly, what I've done on the prior page, 17, is deduct the, so we have the gross rental rate from which we've then deducted the operating expenses to give us the net rental rates for the tenancies, it being an average of $2.19 a square foot. I didn't feel that was appropriate for the subject property. So what I've done on page 18 is give a different projection based on a deduction of the city's shortfall rate from the gross rental rate, coming out to an average of $2.95 a square foot.
And you did that for all the tenants, is that correct?
I did that for all of the tenants that are listed on the income and expense, correct?
So even though one tenant pays net and some are semi-gross, you just did a wholesale across the board, right? Is that correct?
There is only a single tenant that pays net there, I believe. So
And you
there's
subtracted the shortfall from there also, is that correct?
that is correct. So there might be a small adjustment to be made there, and that might bump the rental rate up slightly. But again, it's not going to be a significant shift. If the panel wishes to make a slight adjustment to my overall applied average rental rate, I would certainly understand that.
Okay, those are all my questions for now. I do have rebuttal, so
All
whenever.
right, if you'll just wait for 1 second, please. Mr. Whitbread, questions of the applicant? And then we'll go to the rebuttal.
I have no questions.
Ms. Perham?
I do have a few questions. You started off with respect and dealing with the mortgage amounts with respect to the status of title on page 25 of the assessor's report. And you said you can have numerous properties on the same mortgage. Can you tell us what other properties are subject to this mortgage?
No, I'm afraid I can't. What I was indicating there, as I think I had hopefully stated in my explanation, was that you can have mortgages that cover multiple properties. I have not pulled this title and the individual, let me find the page here. The individual instrument numbers to determine that, but what I was indicating is that is certainly a strong possibility. It does happen, and mortgages are also placed on fixturing as well for production facilities such as this. In many cases, I can't say with 100% certainty that's the case, but if we go back to the time frame of 2006 and 2011, having mortgages of $25 million on the subject property would not be representative of realty for the overall holding. So I'm making an educated inference, I guess, but I can't provide you with the documentation. If the city is bringing this up as defense for their value, you need to take the whole picture into account.
Which we don't have because we don't have those other instruments.
No, but we certainly don't have, $26 million in realty here either.
Now, on when you were answering questions from the assessor, I believe you have both agreed that the dispute was going to be primarily with respect to the rental rates. Is that a fair summary?
Rental rates as well as the non-recoverable operating expenses. Yes.
Now, perhaps my math is in error, but I'm looking at page 17 of your brief, which refers to a total leasable area of 352,628 square feet. And that is the number that you've used to calculate the annual income. And that number is repeated on page 18 as well. So page 17 and 18, we're using the 352,628 square feet. To calculate the annual income?
That was the income for the tenanted spaces. What I was doing there was bringing those back to net. So that $1,041,000 was the actual tenanted space. I projected the average 295 over the entire 450,000+ that we have as potential leasable area. That's where the 1,331,000 comes from on the following page. So that would be the delta that you're seeing there. Okay, if that's your question.
I was going there, yes, what the difference was. And that's based on the 453,000 square feet that you have calculated.
451, 259. Yeah.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
I thank you. Mr. Spitz, I just noticed that that I missed something because I guess the city's at 408,000 square feet and you were at 451,000. Okay, so
Correct.
why is there a discrepancy here?
The city has changed their figure.
Yeah, because I see that in 20, they were exactly what you have. But in 23, they have 409,000 roughly.
Right, I believe, my recollection is that the city was in agreement with the buildings that could potentially be tenanted on site at the 450,000 square feet in the previous time. I'm not sure what they've done for the current cycle, I'm afraid.
Okay. Mr. Spencer, you have rebuttal?
Yes, I do.
We will deal with that. Was that submitted and do we have copies of it, Madam Secretary?
Yeah, it's all distributed.
Okay. So,
Yeah, let me just know when you're there.
yeah, we have to find it here. I have to find it.
Yeah, that item one is A and.
Item one?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it says item one, and then A and T rebuttal at the end of the file.
Oh, where? Oh, where? Oh, here. Okay. Okay. All right, is panel members, you okay?
Yep, I got it.
Okay. Richard, you okay?
Yep.
Okay. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, so I just quickly went through the comparables that the applicant had submitted. And I've got some rebuttal on this. So here are the most recent leases in place as of the reference date for the comparables that the applicant has provided. So the top one there is 1821 Wellington. It's a flex warehouse. It's not a manufacturing facility. It's a parking lot, indoor parking lot. It's the parking fly. And you'll note on page 2, the rent is $2, but I don't believe that this is a proper comparable to the subject property. On page 3 is 1093 Sherwin, and you'll see there the lease in place as of the reference date, March 1st, 2020 to February 28th, 2022. The lease in place was actually at $3.40, not $3.15, as per the applicant there. And then 1750 Inkster, it's a manufacturing plant. The applicant has indicated that net rent was $3.12, but if you look at the space there for, actually there is no space that the applicant indicated. Applicant indicates that there is a leasable area of 103,620 square feet. The building doesn't have a tenant of that size in there. The closest one is the 134,664 square feet. And the net lease in place there is at $5.50. I've highlighted it in yellow there. Pandora is the subject property, the applicant's comparable number 5. I don't believe that using an actual tenant, a lease in place is a proper way to do a comparable with the subject property. So
That's fair.
I don't think that should be utilized there. Comparables in 6 to 8. So give me 1 second. Are located on my page 8 of the rebuttal. So the leases in place here that the applicant indicates are 61,000 square feet, 108,000 square feet, 355,000 square feet. If you look on the tenant roll that was submitted for 430 Carrigan, there are no leases in place of that size. And the leases here are gross leases. They're not net leases though. So none of the leases in this building should be utilized. And just going back to Sargent there. Comparable number 4, the applicant's comparable number 4, 1725 Sargent. On page 7 is the income and expense submitted by the owner there. You'll note the whole building is owner occupied, so there are no tenants in that building. Comparable number 9, I've already shown the lease as $3.40, not $2.75, as of the reference date. And then sorry, give me a second. It's just hard to read on my side here. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had rebuttal for 11:55. I don't seem to have it here. 11:55. The net rent on that building was $5, or that space was $5.38, but I can't seem to find it in my rebuttal.
All right.
So yeah, I'll be open to questions on my rebuttal then.
I thank you. Mr. Smith, questions of the assessor?
Kind of discussion, I guess. So.
Oh, sorry, what, it's on page 9, 11:55. It's $5.38 as of March 1st, 2021.
All right, Mr. Smith, questions?
Yeah, so what you just indicated, page number 9 being Fife, is that correct?
Yes, I have it listed as 1093 Sherwin, but it's actually 11:55. You can see right where it says building, the address is given right there.
Okay, so what you're indicating here is essentially, and forgive me for being direct, but you're essentially casting doubt onto all of the comps that I've provided. Is that an accurate?
Oh, what I'm saying is, as of the reference date, the leases in place for these properties, the current lease in place, these are the rents that are being charged.
Okay, so let's go through this then. Your first one, 1821 Wellington, being the Sears warehouse building, former Sears warehouse building, Flex warehouse. Would you agree if we run through both your comparables as well as my comparables, both on this property and in the remaining properties today, that the majority of the tenancies will be in warehouse buildings, not manufacturing buildings?
No, the comparables I've utilized are all manufacturing.
Okay, well, let's get back to that then, because I think that is not necessarily the case.
They're classified as manufacturing with the city.
Okay, well, let's leave that alone for the time being. Is it fair to say that the majority of arm's length tenancies in the city are for warehouse space and not manufacturing space? That the majority of manufacturing space is owner occupied? And
I couldn't give you an answer on that. I don't know.
okay, so that 1821 Wellington Street, you don't have an issue with the lease rate there then, I take it?
I don't have an issue with the lease rate, but I don't think parking lot is comparable to the subject property.
Is it a warehouse space or is it a parking lot?
It's an indoor parking space. So is it heated? Is it not heated? I'm not sure.
It's utilized as a parking space, but it's a warehouse. Is that correct?
It's an industrial warehouse, but it is an indoor parking space with, it wouldn't be furnished. We don't know if it's heated or not. You just park a car in there, basically.
Okay, let's skip forward. Looking at 1093 Sherwin on your page number 3 rebuttal here. So you're indicating that the lease rate had changed, I gather, in 2020. Is that accurate? To $3.40 a square foot?
Correct. So on March 1st.
The prior, rate, as indicated in my chart, was $3.15 a square foot, correct?
Right, but the lease for at the reference date is $3.40.
As of the information that I provided to the panel was accurate, correct? If I had more recent information on that property, I would have provided it. The $3.15 as of 2018 is accurate, correct?
It is for, yes, for up to February 29, 2020.
$17.50 Inkster. So I'm looking at the top here. Your printout of the lease roll is as of December 31st, 2020. The lease that I referred to in number 3 was from 2014. You see the discrepancy here?
Well, I'm not sure why you would use older leases. Obviously, Mr. Smith, older leases that you provide will be not at the reference date. They'll be less. You indicated that leasable rates have gone up. Have they not? So I'm not sure why you would use old leases.
Well, let's. This could be a very
in November 1st, 2018. The lease in place was $5.50.
Time, please. I have a further question for you on that front then. So when I look at the leases that you provided on your page number 3, they're all from 2014 and 2015, correct? Would those be older leases?
But if you notice what the dates are, like you haven't provided the dates when your leases end, we have. So I'm just setting this record straight here.
What you're projecting essentially is that the information that I'm providing is inaccurate, which is.
I didn't say that. I said the information that you provided was not recent.
Let's be professional here.
Apologize, Mr. Speaker. Let's move forward. I think this is all 1750 Inkster, perhaps. Not sure which one we're looking at here. I don't see an actual.
What page are you indicating?
Not indicating any particular page at the moment. Looking for an identifier as to which property that I'm looking at here.
So page 4 and page 5 are 1750 Inkster.
Okay, and what is page 6 then?
Page 6 is also Inkster.
Okay, so that is 47,000 square feet of a lease from the same building. So probably a different space, correct?
Yes, there's only 2 leases in that building when I looked.
So we were looking at in 2014, 102,000 square feet rather than 47,000 square feet.
Sorry?
Would you agree that reduction in the leasable area tends to drive a higher net rental rate?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. There's 2 spaces in the building. One is for 47,000 square feet and the other one is for 134,000 square feet.
That's
So what I was indicating is the lease that you have here is not on that tenant roll of 102,339.
No, did you search the 2014 rent roll? Though?
No, I didn't. I was looking at the most recent.
All right, 1725 Sergeant. Similarly, this is from 2020, indicating owner occupancy, but the information that I have is from 2015, correct? So the could be a very different situation at that time period.
I don't know what your lease end dates were is what I'm indicating to you. You just indicated a lease start date, but you didn't indicate a lease end date. But so I'm looking up at these comparables that you listed. They're not there at the time, so of the reference date.
As of the reference date, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are
So
all.
I'm not sure why you would use an older lease then. Obviously, leases back then were at a lower rate than what they would be currently.
All right, Mr. Whitbread, any questions, please?
I have none.
Mr. Mahone,
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
either party wants summation?
I'll submit. I will for this one property.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So based on the Winnipeg market analysis conducted by the ATD department, not only from ATD, but also from other industrial firms, we have seen real estate market in Winnipeg. It has been robust for some time, including at the reference date. It continues to be for the foreseeable future. The industry reports and submissions to the assessment department by Winnipeg industrial property owners indicate that the industrial market has not been hampered by the effects of the pandemic. And in fact, we've seen net rental rates continue to rise due to very low vacancy rates. Based on the evidence that I presented and the actual mortgages in place for the subject property, I believe that our assessment of $21 million, $419,000 to be fair and equitable, and I respectfully ask that the board confirm this assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yes, in summary, we're looking at a 70% increase in market value over a 3-year time span. This is not indicative of a general rise in the marketplace as projected by as indicated by City of Winnipeg in their presentation here. Certainly, there has been some rise in value over the subject time period that is not equivalent to a 70% increase in value over the prior time period. I've gone through my discussion with regard to the subject property itself, the obsolescence in place, the additional land value based on impacted land that we're attributing additional value to. We have gross leases in place. You can see the resultant lower net effective rates. We projected higher rates based on the methodology that we've used on page 18, as well as supported by the lease rates shown on page 18. Quick discussion with regard to the rental rates. If we had updated figures with regard to the rates, the leases that are presented, certainly we would have provided those as a professional. And that would be before you today. Would that change our rental rate on a 450,000 square foot former manufacturing facility? Maybe marginally. As I indicated, there was one rent in there that was net that would again marginally change my overall average rental rates. If the panel members see a slight rise in the applied rate, I would certainly understand that. However, we're not looking at a property that would generate net rents of $5.13 a square foot. That is my presentation. Thank you.
I thank you. We're going to take probably a 5 to 10 minute recess for the time being, and then we'll reconvene, and we'll go to 165 Cordette Road. Cordette. So we'll shut down the camera and we'll have a 5 to 10 minute break.
We're live.
All right, we'll call the hearing back to order. And gentlemen, if you don't mind, we can, that one took close to 2 hours. So let's maybe pick up the pace a little. And we're going to go to 165 Cordite Road. Mr. Assessor, whenever you're ready.
Arif, you are muted.
Sorry about that. Board revision file number 22-261, roll number 040063430000. Address is 165 Cordite. Roll year is 2023. Reference date is April 1st, 2021. Assessed value is $5,899,000. Parcel use is industrial heavy manufacturing. Number of buildings is 12. Number of premises is 2. It's 1-story building. Actual year built and effective year built ranges between 1962 and 1998. Wall heights range from 12 feet to 26 feet. Zoning is M2 manufacturing general. Land area is 161,839 square feet. Plan area is 78,652 square feet. There's a basement area of 540 square feet. Gross floor area and leasable area are both 83,049 square feet. Land to plan area is 2.06 to 1. On page Appendix 1 is the map of the subject area. It's located in the northeast quadrant of the city. At the bottom of Appendix 1 there is a subject parcel boundary. Appendix 2 has an overhead view of the subject property. Page 3 also does. Page 4 is the street view. And then appendix page 5, I just got a shot off of their website, so that is their warehouse inside shot. Number 6 is the building section summary. And then on page 7 is the income and expense mailer that they submitted, and you'll note that the subject property is fully owner occupied. On page 8, this property was contaminated at one time. The email per the environment department at the province indicates that remediation is not required at this time, and the department closed the file on this in 1997. Okay, so on page 3 are the rent comparables. So all comparables are industrial properties. All leases are current in relation to the reference date. Year built ranges from 1968 to 1997. Wall heights range from 17 feet to 31 feet. Leasable areas range at different intervals from approximately 58,000 square feet to approximately 108,000 square feet. Net rents range from $4.98 per square foot to $7.26 per square foot. On the following page is our workup. So we're utilizing a net rental rate of $5.90 per square foot. To be fair and equitable, we're allowing for a 3% vacancy loss, even though the subject is fully owner occupied. We're allowing for 3% non-recoverable expenses and $3.85 for vacancy shortfall. This results in an NOI of $451,295. We're utilizing a cap rate of 7.65% to take into account the age, condition, and market region of the subject property. This results in a rounded capitalized value and assessed value of $5,899,000. So given the state of the industrial real estate market in Winnipeg over the last several years, where there are more users than available space, the external industry reports are telling us that the industrial market is quite robust, and it continues to be robust going into 2021. We believe that the assessed value of $5,899,000 to be fair and equitable, and I respectfully ask that the board confirm this value. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Just questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief. Page number 3 in the rent comparables. The first comparable, 760 Pandora Avenue East. That was the property in the aerial shot of the property that we just dealt with. That would be Delta 9 Biotech. Is that correct?
Correct. And we saw where the lease was at $7.26 per square foot net. That was the only lease in that property. That was net.
No, it's not in that property at all. It's in 760 rather than 770 Pandora. There are different properties on different roll numbers.
In 2018, it was on that roll number before it was put onto a separate roll number.
So the effective year built of 1973, that's a new build property. It wasn't built in 1973. Is there detail on that?
Give me 1 second.
I don't have a photo of it, unfortunately, but
Yeah, just 1 second, please. Yeah, so in my previous evidence for the property just prior to, you'll note that it's in that building at 726 on the rent roll. So I'll just look up the building parameters on there. Sorry, I don't seem to have it. My apologies.
okay, just further to that, the property 760 Pandora was sold prior to 2018, so it wouldn't be on the rent roll for 770 Pandora in that time frame. Is that correct?
If you go back to my previous evidence, in the tenant roll on page Appendix 9, for the 12 months ending December 31st, 2020, you'll note that that Delta 9 property is on there.
Yes, and that's in 770 Pandora, correct? That's their tenancy in the main Logic building.
Right, but I'm using the same lease there, sorry. Yeah, so it's the address is, I might have the wrong address on the rent comparable, but if you look at, that's the property that I'm using there in that for that comparable. Or that lease, sorry.
Okay, I guess I'm slightly confused as 760 Pandora Avenue East is the main Delta 9 biotech property and it's sold to them in, I forget which year, but prior to 2018. So that lease of 726 at 760 Pandora would be non-arm's length. Have you been in that property?
I'm using the lease that the previous building owner has put on the tenant roll, so that's the lease that I'm using for the comparable in this property.
Okay, you're aware that the Delta 9 biotech space in 760 Pandora is a clean biotech space with all kinds of improvements beyond what one would need for a normal warehouse space, which drive the rental rate of 726.
I think when Delta 9 did all the renos, they were responsible for the renos, so I think the lease was in place and then they did the renos.
Let's move on. 1155 2020 lease. So we have a 31-foot wall height here. This is Gardewine. Would you agree that that's a high cube warehouse space with excellent loading?
It's the subject property has a 26-foot wall height, so I mean we're 4 feet. It's 4 feet higher.
So 190 Oman's
5
Creek.
feet, sorry.
190 Oman's Creek, similarly built in 97, 25-foot wall height. This is a modern high cube warehouse with excellent loading. Is that correct?
It's a comparable property, so I've utilized it.
1755 Dugald Road. That is Alfab, correct?
Yes.
So I have worked for Alfab. They're an owner occupant. So this would be an internal non-arm's length lease, correct?
It's listed as a net lease on our, so I'm not sure if it's owner occupied or not. It's listed as, when it's listed as net and it's owner occupied, we do not utilize those properties, but when it's a bona fide leasable property, when it's not owner occupied, we use it. So I'm assuming it's non-owner occupied.
So that would be one for the city to check out, as I have direct contact with that owner. It is owner occupied. Similarly, Woodland Supply is 861 McLeod, owner occupied. So that again would be an internal lease, correct?
To my knowledge, it's not owner occupied, and that's why I've utilized it.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Whitbread?
Mr. Whitbread, you're muted.
I'm sorry about that. I'm
Question.
looking at the cap rate that you've used here for a building that's 24 to 60 years old for effective date. And I'm assuming, or I shouldn't, was it done by using the model?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I'm looking at the cap rate you used for this property.
Right?
And was it derived from the model?
Yes.
Do you have the ability to look at a property and then say, look at the property that we did in number 1 on Pandora and say, gee, there are some comparables there. And you could modify your cap rate from 7.65 to something else?
No, we can't modify the cap rate, no. The model gives us the cap rates.
So you can't ever.
So the model will choose cap rates based on the information that's been provided in that region. So like we have this parameters for how old the building is and whatnot, but we know what cap rate is derived by dividing net NOI over sales price would give you the cap rate. So whatever the sales are in that area for that type of building, that year of the building that was built, so 7.65 is what the model has generated for us.
Just based on the sales values of properties in that area?
Sorry,
Based on, bear with me. Based on the sales prices of properties in that area.
yes, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
And I'll just indicate that the applicant is also has agreed to our cap rate of 7.65.
That wasn't my point. It was, I was curious about how you arrived.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, unfortunately, we have only heard one side. Okay, so I thank you, Richard. Ian?
Just with respect to the square footage, Mr. Assessor, I see that in the property description and in your calculations, you're using 83,049 square feet. Where is that number, or from where is that number derived?
Yeah, I don't, oh yes, okay, if you turn to page appendix 6. There's the summary of all the sections.
I'll save you the math. It adds up to 79,192, so we're 4,000.
I believe maybe the basement has been included.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you though for sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see all of these building classes are marked as one story. There's some indication, I think, that there's a mezzanine area. Is there like a 2-story, or is one of these perhaps a 2-story area, or are you aware of that?
Not off the top of my head. Yeah, we just have it as 1 story.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you.
Questions?
I have no further questions or no questions at all. Mr. Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 165 Cordite Road, you can see a picture of the front of the property on the cover of my report. Just to orient us, let's flip forward to page numbers 9 and 10 to give you an indication of where the subject property is. So page number 10 gives you that map. 165 Cordite is on Cordite, obviously off of Lagimodier, south of the North Transcona rail line and yards, as you can see. Springfield Road being across the rail yards to the north, where 770 Pandora would be, or rather 1180 Springfield, which we haven't dealt with yet. That is the location of our property. I don't have a very good map here in that you can't see the tiny detail, but in order to get to Cordite, you turn off of Springfield on a road that I don't have indicated here, and then you head north onto the gravel road, which becomes Cordite. So Cordite runs on a gravel road. It's generally in relatively poor condition, so it is not a location that's in an industrial park with paved roadways and curbs and lighting and all of those things. We're looking at gravel surface roads, infrequently maintained ditches, etc. They have ongoing issues with the roadway and having reasonable access to the site. Numerous complaints have been filed by both this owner as well as other owners on Cordite for that issue. Let's get into the brief itself. My page number 3, you can see the 2023 assessment was $5,899,000. 2022 was reduced to $4,952,000 from $5.4 million. That was not exactly to my valuation, but it was not appealed further. However, our valuation of $4,972,000 is in no way based on the 2022 assessment. We are looking at it as of the 2021 value. M2 zoned industrial light manufacturing property has numerous sections, 12 sections in total, built between 62 and 98. And we have a site area of 3.72 acres. There is a mezzanine space of 3,665 square feet, which we've included. It's both office in one section, and in another section, it's a lunchroom / change room of lower quality, as is the office space indeed. Main floor space, as indicated there, the basement space is not a leasable space. If that's included, it should be removed. We've included in the addenda materials from the owner itself with regard to the areas of each of the components. When we run through the numbers, we come to 82,317 in total. Now, looking at the property, the majority of it was built prior to 1976. We have a number of sections that happened after that, but they're with two exceptions. They're relatively small. 1998 had a 13,500 square foot addition. 1997 had 13,500 square foot addition. Those were 16 and 20 foot exterior wall heights at that time frame as well. I will point out the 26-foot wall height. Now, we'll see if I have photos of this. If you look at the city's Appendix 6, it was built in 1974. It's 12,500 square feet roughly. This was specifically built to house a particular piece of equipment for the prior ownership. They brought in a specialized piece of equipment that needed additional wall height for their production. They ended up never using it, but they ended up with a 26-foot section of their building, which is located at the rear of the property with only one overhead door. It's not as if we have a significant warehouse space with lots of loading, paved access, etc. It's a tucked away piece of the building at the back that it exists there. Let's move on to valuation. So something to keep in mind, we have a 2-to-1 land to plan area ratio, certainly under what's ideal for industrial properties. That's 50% site coverage. You can see this from our aerials, I imagine, as well as the cities. The photos of the property begin on page number 4. It is a manufacturing facility. Their loading is located on the east side of the property. As you can see, it is a little worse for wear as well. We have 2 dock level doors. If you look at page number 5, you can actually see the 26-foot section of the building, which is located at the very rear. There's a grade level door that gets you into that section. Moving into the building itself, page 6, some of the open span areas, as you can see, steel frame, fairly straightforward concrete block. Our office space in the mezzanine, page 7. And looks like that went in twice for some reason. The site itself shown on page number 9. So this is important. If we look at the site area there, you can see that it's gravel surfaced. The loading is in that one small section on the right-hand side, and then we have gravel driveway to reach the rear, which is very close to abutting to the rear property line where the railway property takes over. Beyond that, there's some scrubland to the right-hand side. So that is the subject property. Certainly not enough space for a lot of exterior storage or circulation or loading courts or anything of that nature. All of these things impact desirability of the property for a tenant and the lease rate that will be applied to a property such as that in an open marketplace. Let's move forward to the valuation, page number 14. As I've already indicated, it typically manufacturing facilities such as this one are owner occupied. So it's unusual to have situations where you have arm's length leases for manufacturing. So we provide them where we can, where appropriate, where they're the good comparables and good sizes, etc. But dominantly, as with the city, we will be seeing typically warehouse space that is of a similar utility to manufacturing space, typically of higher utility given build outs. So let's look at our comps on page 14. Subject property is 82,000 square feet in total. None of it is broken up. It's all one, as in there are no other tenancies. There's lots of demising within the property that leads to some obsolescence, but we're looking at an 82,000 square foot theoretical lease on the marketplace. So what does the market tell us? We have a number of properties here, 1155, 31 foot wall height, 1979. Construction, so similar to the subject. 2017 lease at 450, 11 Fultz. This is an excellent property located in the Fort Garry area. Built in 1990, 100,000 square foot lease in 2021 at $5.50 a square foot with a 26 foot wall height across the board. That's not in one section, it's the entire building. 1000 King Edward, 560 lease in 2020, so all close to the reference date, similar age to the subject, 1966, and 20 foot exterior wall height, which the subject is largely 16 to 20 feet in exterior wall height. City Mission, 450 in 2019, similar age, slightly bigger than the subject at 122,000, and then we have the 1093 Sherwin, which the city has provided updated information on. So that is what we're seeing on the marketplace, all relatively recent rents. You can see our two most recent ones at 550 and 560. Each of these properties is superior to the subject. They are on main through in industrial parks or on main thoroughfares, paved roadways, good loading, etc. Fultz is an excellent property in that Fort Garry industrial area, next to Subaru, essentially, if you know where that is. 1000 King Edward is the former Safeway warehouse on King Edward Street. It has since sold and been re-tenanted. We're looking at 560 there. So subject property certainly doesn't demand the premium that we're looking at of 550 or 560 there. It's on a graveled site, graveled roadway. It's largely older. We've applied a rental rate of $5.25 to the subject property for our valuation, having looked at the market data. We've used the city vacancy rate of 3% in our analysis. Our non-recoverable expense is the same at a total of 7% following our study as outlined in my report. And we're not disputing the shortfall amount of $3.85 a square foot. So page number 17 summarizes our value. And as you can see, we are in agreement with the city at 7.65%. If you look at the summary table, our large dispute, of course, is the rental rate as well as the expense allowance. We also have the City of Winnipeg's 2023 valuation and 2020, and you can see that they have increased their cap rate according to the model from 7% to 7.65%. The addendum materials include the income and expense, some detail with regard to the space calculations for the subject property, as well as the decision from the last cycle, which was well, it's there for you to review. I am open for questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Arif, questions of Mr. Smith?
Yes, please. Just going back to your comparables, I'm sorry, I didn't catch, your 11.55, did you update that rent or were you utilizing $4.50 on that?
I was using $4.50 on there, as that was the information that we had as of that 2017 start date. If it has changed since that time, we didn't have any further information on it.
Okay, and I provided you the $5.38 in my previous rebuttal, correct?
Sure. So we can put down $5.38 square foot for that one.
Okay. No, and I believe you said you were using the rents because you didn't have updated information on a lot of them. Is that correct?
Well, if we look at the rents that we're looking at here, we have 2021 and 2020. I don't believe those have changed. So you've updated Fife. Are you referring to Mission or Sherwin?
Just in general, like your comparables here, your comparables from the previous property, you indicated that you didn't have the most recent on some of them. Is that correct?
Well, from the information that you were providing, Arif, I believe you had some changes on some of them. If I had that information, I would most certainly provide it in the comparables provided. I noticed that those particular comparables weren't used by the city in their presentation.
And so when you did your shortfall study, did you use the most current information or what you had at the time, or how did you conduct that?
I don't think we really touched on the non-recoverable. I was asking our chairperson here today whether we needed to go through that in detail. I've explained it in detail in the report. It's all laid out for both the panel as well as yourself. You can see. In general, did you use the most updated information that you had, or did you use what you had at the time and maybe it's not updated? All right, so let's delve into it then. So flipping to my page number 15, you can see the text with regard to the expense allowance and the non-recoverable expenses. If we flip forward to page number 14, you can see at that time, I did a study of the reference period prior to the 2020 time period, 2016 through 2018. We had full information on properties between 45 and 53 properties with regard to their expenses, their income, and their non-recoverable expenses. We conducted that study over that time period, and you can see the results there with 3-year averages of 11.5% with no TI and 12.7% with TI being included. Now that was specific to the 2016 to 2018 period. What I can tell you categorically is that expenses have not dropped since 2018. We're seeing accelerating increased expenses across the board with regard to utilities, construction materials, etc. So if anything, these numbers might slightly underestimate the value that this would have as of the current reference date.
And you mentioned that the property has a 2-to-1 land to plan ratio. Is that correct? And that's what we have also.
That is correct.
And the property is zoned as M2 manufacturing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware that M2 zoning is only limited to some outside storage operations and storage?
I am well aware of that. M2 is the most common industrial zoning in the city of Winnipeg. It covers a wide range of uses, and certainly that is an aspect of that particular zoning, but it does allow exterior storage. Now, I wasn't specifically referring exclusively to exterior storage. I was also referring to adequate on-site circulation, adequate loading courts, adequate loading bays, etc. All of which come into play with the land to plan area ratio.
Okay, and you are aware that if the land to plan area goes above 4:1, the city usually charges for excess land, is that correct? Or assesses excess land?
I know that I have seen the city charge excess land above 4:1. I know also that they don't always do it. It seems to be very hit or miss.
Okay, those are all the questions I have.
I thank you. Ian,
No, I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
Richard,
Just coming back to the non-recoverable expenses. If I hear you right, Trevor, these expenses can vary from year to year. They will fluctuate. One year they may be high, another year they may be low. And what you've done with the 7 or 5 and 2 is put a stabilizing factor in from year to year, so that one year it might be 11.5, another year it might be 4.5. But that 7% stabilizes over time. Is that what you're telling us?
That's certainly a reasonable way of looking at it. When I look at our chart, as you'd indicated, we do see variability in the expenses, and typically they are higher than that 7%. But in the interests of an overall fair valuation model, we have, as you say, accepted 5 and 2% for a total of 7%, and it's a very conservative guideline that we're essentially accepting.
I understand. I just wanted to simply understand it. Thank you very much. No further questions.
I thank you. Either party wants summation?
No, thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, we'll go to 191 Melnick Road. Mr. Sister, whenever you're ready.
Okay, first of all, Board Revision file number 22-240, roll number 080058344400. Address is 191 Melnick Road. Roll year is 2023. Reference date is April 1st, 2021. Assessed value is $1,508,000. There is a preliminary issue of a non-compliance on this.
Okay.
If you look at page 7, so that was the income and mailer that was sent out. So from page 7 to page 9. And then the owner contacted us on 2020, June 25th, and indicated that was asking if he could have an extension on the on submitting the income and expense mailer. And we did provide them an extension, but the extension was till July 29th, 2020. However, the income and expense mailer was never sent, so we're asking for a reversal of bonus for section 53 and 54 of the act.
All right. So you're seeking the non-compliance, Mr. Smith. Your evidence or your wishes?
Okay, so looking at Appendix 10 of the city's information here, this is an email from June 25th of 2020. So that would be the income and expense for the 2019 year, correct?
That would be for
For the prior year, correct?
yes.
Okay, so that's not actually the year in question, correct?
Well, they've been non-compliant since, so there's never been any, let me just see. Yeah, there was never any income and expense submitted for 2020 either, and that would be on page 13. And 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. On page 18 is the postal confirmation saying that it was delivered. Now, because this was COVID, the mailer, the postal people were not taking signatures, but it was delivered for the postal service. Page 19 has tracking information on it.
Okay, so let's flip forward to page 18 then, and what we're discussing there. So 2021.
So that would be for the 2020 mailer.
So that's indicating October, is it not? Date 20, October 18th?
Well, I don't know how it's June 10th, I would imagine.
I see the delivery date further down there now. So is there any information tying this tracking number to the subject property?
Yes, on
That-
page 13, is the tracking number at the top there, LP 578617182CA. And on page 18 is also the item number, the same.
So forgive me, but the assessment and taxation income and expense form doesn't contain tracking numbers on it, correct? So that's been pasted on there?
No, it's not been pasted on there. That's an actual letter that was sent with the number on it. When there's a if
I would have the tracking number for
when there isn't a mailer submitted, we send them a registered mail, and when the registered mail is sent out, they put an item number on there, and that was the item number that was on there. And on page 18 is the item number also.
well,
And this is how it's always been, Mr. Smith.
so my question to you, or I guess my overall, well, a couple questions, but how would the city of Winnipeg have the Canada Post tracking number before?
Well, it's not the it's the item number. Sorry, I misspoke. It's not the tracking number. It's the item number. So the Canada Post takes our item number.
And we have no photo of that registered letter with both the item number as well as the address of the subject on it, as the city used to provide?
No, because of COVID, everything was done electronically for 2020.
Well, that's not signatures that I'm talking about. It's the photo of the front of the registered letter where
Correct. Yeah. No, I don't have that. No.
those are all of my questions.
Now, just to indicate, the act does not say we have to send out a registered mail. We don't even have to send out any mail after the original mail that was sent out. So, and this has been at the municipal board before. As a matter of fact, for a property I had represented at the board.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Smith, have you contacted your clients in regards to the non-co-op, or is this just the first that you've heard of it?
It's the first that I had heard of it.
Okay, so you don't know whether he's complied or anything like that, or?
I do not, other than the information that the city has in their report.
So Whitbread, any questions for the time being, and then we'll go off camera and we'll discuss this. Okay,
Mhm.
do you have any
One
questions?
point I want to clarify. I trying to find it again. I thought I saw that you had emailed information to Mr. Andrew, and then there was a telephone conversation. He requested a deferral in time to, I think, July 29th.
That was for 2019.
That was for 2019.
Yeah, and 2020 registered mail was sent.
It was sent, and you still didn't get a return.
No.
from him.
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Malone, any questions?
No, that's been answered, thanks.
So we're going to have a shut down the camera and we'll have a meeting in Mr. Smith, you will be asked to leave the room for the time being.
Absolutely.
And then we'll invite you back.
Thank you.
We are live. I
Oh,
have to
okay.
bring the assessor back into the room.
Okay.
Let's do it. And he has joined us.
All right. We'll call the hearing back to order. And the panel has decided to, for the non-co-op non-compliance for the city, it will be granted to the city. So Mr. Smith, you will be presenting your case first. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 191 Melnick Road. This property is located just off of the perimeter. If you look at my page number 7, you can see the property location, site descriptions on the prior page, but the site is on Melnick Road, which is just north of the South Perimeter Highway to the west of Lajimoje. It is a gravel surface roadway that it fronts on there. And there are a number of smaller commercial industrial developments on that roadway. So let's look at my page number 3. 2023 assessment of $1,508,000. 2022 was reduced to $1,253,000. And we have a total leasable area of 8,720 square feet with 2 construction dates. The original building, which is the automotive building, is built in 1967. Its condition, etc., is certainly indicative of automotive use over that time span. And then we have the 2012 building, which is the small bay commercial building on the other side of the property. So you look at my page number 4, you can see those. Photos. So page 4 is the automotive building itself. And page 5 is the small bay industrial building with grade level loading, as you can see there. So the property description, or site description rather, is on page number 6. And you can see that from the aerial, it is gravel surface. So we're not looking at a paved parcel here. Pardon me. Let's move forward into the valuation itself. So I have some post-reference information, which is included in my addenda. This is the 2021 information. It was the first detailed information that I was able to obtain on the property, and it begins on A-1 in the addenda. If you look at the figures there, you can see that they are gross. So these are gross rents that are being applied
Mr. Chairman,
to this property. As I've indicated, it's all post-reference information. You can look at it or not look at it. It's entirely up to you. I'm not basing my valuation on it, as it's post-reference information. Let's move forward to the valuation. Page number 10, we have automotive rents for comparison to the automotive property. Now, the automotive property itself is I don't have the breakout in size for that one on that page, but we'll move forward to that. The automotive comps are shown on page number 10. These are all automotive repair places essentially within the city. They vary in location, size, start dates, build dates, of course, etc. But they are all automotive repair places. So that information is there for you. We try to get as many as close to the valuation date as we can. It's not always simple. What I will point out is our range is generally from that low end of say $6.50 up to a high of just over $11 a square foot for an automotive repair or truck repair place on Oak Point Highway. That's an excellent location for that particular operator, as they service trucks, and that is where that industry is located. The balance of the properties fall in that kind of $9 to $10 square foot range. We've applied $10 a square foot to the automotive section of this particular property. Keep in mind, it's built in 1967. It's old, it's tired, and it's located where it is. So we've applied a generous rate of $10 a square foot to that 2,720 square foot area. Then we have the multi-tenant building industrial leases provided on page number 11. You can see we tried to keep them in that same kind of unit size as the subject property, and we have units between 1,425 and 3,000 square feet roughly, all relatively recent rents, as you can see. And our range here is in that $10 to $13 square foot range, or pardon me, $5.50 to $13.71 a square foot range, that being a gross figure on Redonda, with the majority of them falling in that 10, 11, 12 per square foot. Each of these are, as you can see from the following photos, well-located multi-tenant properties within the city of Winnipeg. So 12 is 1420 Clarence, 530 Century on Route 90, page 13. Oak Point on page 14, so good similarity to the subject there. 1216 Sherwin, multi-tenant on page 15, and then we have multi-tenant on Dugald, page 16. All quality properties with small bay industrial and good loading. Then we have 1051 Capellas on page 17. You can see they're getting $12 a square foot there. That's a significantly nicer property than the subject, as you can see from the improvements, the exterior. Page 18 is Redonda, comparable to the subject, and they're getting a gross rent of $13.71. 18 Don Valley Parkway. Again, very similar to the subject, and they're getting $10.91 per square foot net there for that property as of about the rental date stated in the chart. I will point out that Redonda and Don Valley and Capellas are all in areas that immediately border the city of Winnipeg. In fact, if you look at Don Valley, you would think that it is in the city, but it's actually in the Springfield RM. Very comparable properties and locations to the subject. So if we look at page number 20, you can see that we've assigned a rental rate of $11 a square foot to the small bay industrial, 10 to the automotive, giving us an average of $10.69. let's skip forward to the summary, page number 23. Sorry, bear with me for just a moment here. Our summary is shown on page number 23, and you can see that we are in agreement with the capitalization rate used by the city at 6.25% for this particular property, given its location and the new build component of it. And we come to a final market value of $1,329,000. There has been a sale on the subject property, as indicated in the City of Winnipeg's information in November 2018 of $1,470,000. That is the owner that we're discussing. He bought it for personal use, for the for business use for his business, as he needed additional space, and he's using a portion of the multi-tenant building for that use. So he was driven by his need and his acquisition. The sale is there for you to review. That's the motivation behind it. The addenda materials just include, again, that cross-reference information with regard to them being gross leases and the decision from the last cycle. That is my presentation. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Assessor, questions of applicant?
Yes, maybe just a clarification. On your page 23, you're utilizing a net rental rate of $10.69.
I'm using $10 and $11. The average comes to $10.69 per square foot. Yes.
So you're using 11 for the automotive side and or 10 for the automotive side and 11 for the industrial side.
That's correct.
Now, your comparables, page 10. The most current leases you have are 2018, number 2 and number 4. Is that correct?
Which page are we looking at?
Your number 10, your comparables.
Number 2 and number 4 would be the most recent ones there, yes.
And both those rents are higher than all the other rents. Is that correct?
No, we have 410 Oak Point Highway at $11+ per square foot. The 123 Fort is a Fountain Tire location between just off of Main Street, essentially between Broadway and Portage Avenue. It's not an excellent comparable for the subject.
Okay, so your Oak Point from 2014 is $11.18. So would you say that rent's gone up since that date?
It's possible. I don't have any information beyond that time frame, and I don't like to speculate. They may be there, they may not be there.
All right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malone.
Yes, with respect to the sale, you indicated that it was the owner who had occupied some of the space to accompany or to accommodate his growing business.
Correct.
How much space, and you've got it divided into the two, five different square footage with prospective rental rates. Which of those are owner occupied and which are tenanted?
So are we looking at my?
So I'm looking at your page 20.
Okay,
Your
so,
analysis based on $11 per square foot of some of the comparables and $10 per square foot on the 2720 square foot.
right, so there's only a single bay of the multi-tenant building that is occupied so by the owner, so that's one of four. So one of the 1,500 square foot units is now, this is the $11 that I've applied to the subject property, not, as we can't refer to post-reference information. I was largely referring to it, the rents there being gross that they're achieving.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
I have nothing, thank you.
I just have Mr. Smith, did you ask the owner about the sale of the property?
I did, yes.
Okay, so was there goodwill or any equipment involved with the transaction?
The only equipment that would, so the private property owner was the automotive owner on site. They owned and occupied that for some time, and then they put up the additional building there for additional revenue, I gather. And so the acquisition was from that client. And any equipment, I suppose, that would be in that building, automotive wise, is there.
I'm thinking like a voice and, anything,
They would be in place and would form part of the purchase. I'm not putting a great deal of value on that, certainly, but you are right there. It would be there.
Okay. So did you ask them in regards to, whether there was a valuation in regards to like an appraisal of the property or standard financing or anything like that?
I did not ask them about the financial background of it. It was more I asked them for detail, and the discussion was that they needed space and they needed it quickly, and he was inclined to own and not rent. So this is what was available to him where he wanted it, and so the acquisition was made.
Okay, I thank you. Hey, Riff, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'll just start with my page 2 then. As you were just mentioning, you'll note that sale in November 30th, 2018. If you go to page 22 of my brief, appendix 22. 22 is the old sale for 400,000. That's from 2008. Now, on the following page 23, you'll see that there's the sales mailer that the applicant submitted for the 2018 sale. You'll note that it's an arm's length transaction as per question 3. Question 2, when was the price negotiated? It was May 18, 2017. And yes, there was an appraisal done on this property as per question 5, and that appraisal came in at 1.475 million. Question 4, there were no other items other than real estate included in this purchase price. It was for full interest. And question 15, you'll note the condition of the property was good. On page 24, there's the financing details. There's a first mortgage and there was cash down for the property. And then on page 25 and 26, there's the status of title. So yes, you'll note there's a mortgage for 1.1 million on it. Box number 9 on that document, consideration was 1.47 million. And since Mr. Smith brought it up, you'll note that the 2021 mailer that he's included, the income and expense mailer, there are no owner occupied spaces in that tenant roll. So it's all leased out. So going back to my page 3, there's my comparables that I utilize. So all comparables are industrial properties. All leases are current in relation to the reference date. Year built ranges from 1967 to 2008, which is similar to the subject. Some of it was built in 2012. Wall heights range from 12 feet to 17 feet. Leasable areas range from approximately 1,200 square feet to 3,375 square feet. Net rents range from $9.17 per square foot to $13 per square foot. On the following page is our workup. So we're utilizing a overall net rental rate of $11.61 per square foot. We're allowing for a 3% vacancy loss and 3% non-recoverable expenses. We're utilizing a $3.85 vacancy shortfall per square foot. We're utilizing a cap rate of 6.25 to take into account the age, condition, and market region. And this results in a rounded capitalized value and assessed value of $1,508,000. Now I'll just have you turn to page 20 of my brief, appendix 20. So there's a listing from February 2021 for the subject property. This was just a couple months prior to the reference date. You'll note that the net rent that they're asking for the listing here is $11.95 and operating costs of $2.25. And then there's taxes of $2.75 all per square foot. So they're utilizing a net rental rate of $11.95, whereas we have utilized $11.61. So given the state of the industrial real estate market in Winnipeg over the last several years, where there's more users than available space, and then all the external resources that I've referenced, we believe that the assessed value of $1,508,000 to be fair and equitable, and I respectfully ask that the board confirm this value. And I'm open to questions.
I thank you, sir. Mr. Smith, questions of the assessor?
Really just, I'll focus on one area, I guess. So, Arif, you had mentioned the tenancies in the subject property and that there was no owner occupant in there. What did you base that on?
Your 2021 post-reference material.
Okay.
And so you had indicated that the owner was in the garage, but the garage has been occupied since 2018 per your information by a tenant. And it's also indicated it's not an owner.
Okay, so let's back up here then. I didn't indicate that they were the garage tenant. I indicated that the former owner was the garage, had been the garage owner, and they sold it to my tenant. So when we look at the tenancies that are there, did you check these out to determine that?
No, I didn't have that info in front of me until you just pointed it out.
Right, but it has been submitted to the city, is that correct?
I'm not sure. I didn't look for post-reference material.
All right, then. So let's look at the tenancies that are in that unit. So we have Lawson Consulting. And when
this is posted on reference material, so I don't want to go through it, and I don't think the panel should go through it either. It should be actually stricken from that.
Please.
My question then to you would be: are you aware that Andrew Lawson, as indicated on the sale brochure on your page number 4, is the president and CEO of the company that owns the property, is also Lawson Consulting, as indicated in the
I'm not sure. Don't know.
That they are not a tenant, not an owner occupant.
Well, it's not indicated as their owner occupied, so I'm not sure.
Those are all of my questions.
Mr. Whitbright?
I have no questions.
No,
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Either party wants summation?
No, thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
I think what we're probably gonna do, because I looked at the next one, so let's take about a 5-minute break for the time being and just exercise our legs, okay? So then we'll come back to Springfield Road.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll call the hearing back to order, and Mr. Assessor, we're going to go to 1180 Springfield Road, and the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. It's Board of Revision file number 22-262. Roll number 040070074000. Address is 1180 Springfield Road. Roll year is 2023. Reference date is April 1st, 2021. Assessed value is $21,311,000. Parcel use is industrial warehouse. Number of buildings is 13. Number of premises is 1. Number of stories ranges from 1 to 2. Actual year built and effective year built are around 1971 to 2007. Wall height is 12 feet to 26 feet. Zoning is M2 manufacturing general. Land area is 2,587,865 square feet. Plan area is 525,068 square feet. Gross floor area and leasable area are both 530,378 square feet. Land to plan area is 4.93 to 1. If you turn to page appendix 1, there's the map of the subject area. It's located in the northeast quadrant of the city. Below that is the subject parcel boundaries. You can see it's quite a big property with lots of land there. On page 2 is an overhead view of the entire subject property. And then appendix page 3, similar views from these are from Google Maps. And then appendix 4 and 5 are street views of the subject property. Appendix 6 has the building breakdown, the building summary and the sections in the subject property. Then page 7, there is the COVID-19 supplemental questionnaire. You'll note that the subject property has not been impacted by the effects of the pandemic. On page 9, there's a list of permits dating back from January 6, 2000 to April 21st, 2017. The total of all those permits is $10,379,406. On page 10, I sent an email to the contaminated sites program. This property was contaminated at one time, but it has been remediated, and since 2012 there has not been any remediations not required. All the contaminated items have been removed. Okay, so going back to my page 3, there's the rent comparables I've utilized. So all comparables are industrial properties with larger leasable areas. Like the subject, all leases are current in relation to the reference date. Year built ranges from 1966 to 2001. Wall heights range from 17 feet to 34 feet. Leasable areas range from approximately 101,000 square feet to approximately 205,000 square feet. No comparables are found in the city to have very large leasable areas such as the subject. So this is what I could find for larger comparables. Net rents range from $4.98 per square foot to $6.95 per square foot. On page 4 are my land comparables. So there's 3 comparables there. They're all in the subject market region. They're all current in relation to the reference date. They're all industrial vacant land sales. Land areas range from approximately 371,000 square feet to approximately 612,000 square foot. Land area ranges from land prices for per square foot range from $2.25 per square foot to $3.77 per square foot, or $98,193 per acre to $164,341 per acre. We're utilizing a average sales price of $3.22 per square foot, and we've calculated that there is 466,353 square feet of excess land. The weighted average of the comparables is $3.10 per square foot. We're utilizing $2.21 per square foot for excess land. And on the following page is my workup. So we're utilizing a net rental rate of $3.13 per square foot. To be fair and equitable, we're utilizing a 3% vacancy loss, even though it's the subject is totally owner occupied. We're utilizing a 3% non-recoverable expenses and a $3.85 for vacancy shortfall. We're utilizing a cap rate of 7.44% to take into account the age, condition, and market region of the subject. So this results in a capitalized value of $20,279,919. Additional land is valued at $1,031,000. This results in a rounded assessed value of $21,311,000. So again, given the state of the industrial real estate market in Winnipeg over the last several years, the continued growth in the industrial market, we believe that the assessed value of $21,313,000 to be fair and equitable, and I respectfully ask that the board confirm this value. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first question, I guess, would be regarding the cap rate, and is essentially a modeling question. So when I go back and I look at our 770 Pandora property, and I'm not comparing assessments here, don't worry. I look at actual year built 1973 through 95, and we have 408,000 square feet. Subject property 71 through 2007 construction, 530,000 square feet. So somewhat close in a lot of respects there. Also large manufacturing facilities. The capitalization rate that was used for 770 Pandora is 9%, and yet the city has a cap rate of 7.4% for 1180 Springfield. Can you explain the difference in the modeling behind that?
Yes, the property on Pandora is still contaminated, whereas this property is not contaminated anymore. It's been remediated, so it deserves a lower cap rate than the one on Pandora.
So the land that is contaminated at Pandora is separate from the development, the developed area of the property. Would that is that looked at at all?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, the land that is contaminated, the former landfill site at Pandora, is largely separate from the developed area there. Is that taken into consideration?
Yes, so we didn't charge for, or we didn't assess the excess land on Pandora, whereas here we're assessing for the excess land.
Yes, no, I see that you're assessing for the excess land. The question is really regarding the capitalization rate.
Well, yeah, the cap rate, we assigned a higher cap rate because the area, the Pandora is contaminated. Though we didn't assess for the excess land, we did give the property a higher cap rate because there is stigma associated with that property.
Okay, so that, you're saying that's strictly based on, the contamination and the stigma.
Correct.
Okay, so you're also familiar, I'm sure, that lands that have been contaminated can both have additional contamination appear as well as carry stigma in the marketplace, whether they've been remediated or not.
I don't believe so. I think it's been remediated, and as such, there's no like even the contaminated sites program specialist says there's nothing required to be done. So I don't believe that there would be a stigma associated with it.
All right. Let's look at the land comparable sales then on page number 4. So comparable number 1, Black Diamond Boulevard, that's a sale of city-owned land, is it not?
Sorry, a sale of?
Is that not a former city parcel that was sold?
Sorry, which property were you?
Comparable number 1, 500
It
Boulevard.
could be. I don't have my notes on that property, so it could be.
Okay, it was a city-owned property, and typically we don't look at transactions from government agencies as indicators of market value.
Why is that?
Is that fair to say? That's both the theory in appraisal as well as in assessment.
I think the city values its lands at market value, so they would be considered proper comparables.
Simply referring to the theory in both appraisal as well as assessment. So let's move on to the second one then. 733 Lajemodier. So this has frontage on Lajemodier, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it's located just north of the Springs Church there, so kind of just north of where Fermor and Lajemodier intersect. Is that?
I'm not sure. I don't have the map in front of me for this property, or I don't have the map. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And it was gravel surfaced with a paved roadway as access. Is that? I know I'm asking you questions that you may not have the answer to, but I have to ask them. So
yeah, sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Fair enough. 534 Dugald. So that property is over the train tracks on the south side of Dugald. I
believe so, yes.
Fronts on right on Dugald.
I believe so, yes.
It was a graded developable, ready to develop property.
That I couldn't tell you.
Okay. So each of these 3 comparables, after reviewing them, it appeared that they were all shovel ready, essentially ready to go for development. I know I'm again asking questions that you can't really answer if you don't have that info, but I have to ask them.
Yeah, I don't have that info.
Fair enough. Moving back to the rental comparables, I've covered a bunch of these, so I don't really want to run through them in detail. We had 861 McLeod being non-arm's length woodland supply. I'll just touch on the others briefly. The 1750 Artis was extensively redone, owned by Artis. They developed a whole loading court on the front side of the building.
Do you not use that one in your comparables also?
I am not sure if we have that one, but I'll touch on it if we get to it.
1750, yes, you do.
Okay, there's, I think my time frame may be somewhat different than yours. In any case, let's move on to 200 Big N. So this is in St. Boniface Industrial Park.
Yes.
So that'll be a modern, I'm looking at it here, built in 2001, 27-foot ceiling height. This would be a modern high cube warehouse building, right?
Well, the subject has been built over 1972 to 2007, so I would consider it a comparable, and And as I said previously, it's hard to find large leasable areas, tenanted areas, so.
Absolutely, and Mr. Arif, I absolutely agree with you. It is difficult to find large tenanted space such as this. But my question was, is that a modern high cube warehouse building?
Well, it was built in 2001, so.
Okay. 1000 King Edward, that's the Safeway former Safeway warehouse. Is that refrigerated space?
I don't think all of it is. I'm not sure though. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay. And finally, 1370 Sony, that is located in Fort Garry between Pembina Highway and Waverly on the west-hand side, correct? And we're looking at either brewers, distributors, or agendas as
yes, correct.
Okay. And again, modern high cube warehouse space, 34-foot ceilings.
Yes.
Okay. Would that add to the utility of the space?
Yes, but you could see that these rents are much higher than what we are applying to our subject property. So,
right. Well, it's more about the comparability. That's all. I think that is all of my questions. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Mr. Winkfeld,
Nothing, thank you.
thank you. Mr. Mahone,
No, thank you. Nothing further.
I have none either. So, just one. The additional land value, how does that come into play? You have $1 million.
yeah,
So is that considered excess land?
excess land. It could be severed and sold. Yes.
And so I think you had mentioned this earlier about certain ratios. Okay, so is it 4 to 1, something like that?
Yeah, just over 4 to 1 we do. So this one is 4.93 to 1.
All right. Okay, I thank you. Mr. Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So got back. So the subject property, 1180 Springfield Road, it is 100% owner occupied, always has been. This is the kitchen craft facility. They operate under a different name now through corporate buyouts, but it is the kitchen craft facility where they manufacture kitchen cabinetry components, etc. So that is what we're looking at. My cover page gives you an aerial of the property. You can see the very significant extent of the building, the various individual building units. As you can see in the city's information, there's at least 13 different buildings that have been constructed, sections essentially that have been constructed. This is what happens oftentimes with manufacturers, I guess, as they grow. If they become quite successful, then they add on to the building if they've bought with enough land in the first place. So you end up with a building that is in this case 530,000 square feet, but it's not a 530,000 square foot building. It's 13 different sections with 13 different roofs, different wall heights, different construction materials, different ages, etc., as well as extensive demising in the interior of the building that leads to a great degree of obsolescence, both in terms of the operation of the existing owner and any potential tenants that would go into that space. So let's look at this subjectively or objectively. We have 530,000, 525,000 square feet, 529,000 square feet. Forgive me. How many tenants of that size are there in the market? There are none. They're all owner occupants. We don't have tenants of that size moving to Winnipeg, other than perhaps Amazon, and Amazon does not move into buildings with 13 different sections with various roof heights and poor loading in a location that they would not want. It's a building that is obsolete for both its purpose and for the marketplace in general as far as tenancies. How can I say that? I've had that discussion with the heads of the operation in Winnipeg with regard to the challenges that they face in producing their product based on the building that they're occupying. They have what they have, so they continue to use it, but they would never build it in this manner, and it impacts their ability to be efficient in building the product, and adds additional cost to them, of course. The flow in the property is terrible. The demising is extensive, so moving your product along the manufacturing line essentially is very choppy, and they have to essentially hand bomb things from one area to another in certain sections of the building to achieve their goal of producing their product. So we're looking at essentially a property that is obsolete for its purpose. Now, are there newer sections of that building? Absolutely, there are newer sections to the building, but that does not make it a building of 2006 vintage or anything of that nature. Let's get into the property itself. So my page number 3 gives you background. We're looking at a 48% increase over the previous assessment. Again, that does not happen in the marketplace, whether you have a slight rise in the industrial area or not. That's not reflective of the typical change in market value. And we're not looking at a typical property in the marketplace. This is no 4 or 6 unit multi-tenant industrial small bay property that has high demand. It's 529,000 square feet of manufacturing facility. So we have both 2020 and 2018 under appeal at the municipal board, as you can see. Facilities fully owner occupied, always has been. Built between 71 and 2006 on nearly 60 acres, and our land to plan area ratio is 4.91 to 1. So the arbitrary assignment of additional land value to subject property, the city doesn't always assign additional land value to properties above a ratio of 4 to 1. It seems, as I said, to be very hit or miss. In this case, they have done so, and yet our ratio is 4.91 to 1. So is it over 4? Yes, absolutely. But that doesn't necessarily mean there's a great amount of value to the property. Let's get into the building itself, or to the land rather. Description is shown on my page number 4. I'm not going to run through it. There is a small portion of main floor office space with some second floor office space as well, right on the front corner of the building. Very standard build out. The main facility itself is heated by space heaters. It's not got in-floor heating or anything of that nature. So we have the ceiling hung heaters throughout the property. Wet sprinkler system. Ceiling heights varies dramatically through the property. I will point out it's between 16 and 26 feet. The 26-foot section is 3,700 square foot section built in 2006, as you can see in the chart at the bottom of the page. We might as well skip down to that. The Wall heights typically are in that 16 to 18 to 20, 21 square feet in size. So that's more typical of your 1970s or 60s through 80s kind of developments. This runs through 1996. We then have 193,000 square foot addition put on in 2001 when times were good for kitchen craft. They have 24-foot wall height there. So for that one section, it's 24 feet. Other than that, you have relatively standard ceiling heights, wall heights, the exception of that very small 3,700 square foot portion. Photos begin on page 5. As you can see, we've got over 12 acres of roof here to maintain on an ongoing basis. You can imagine what that costs in maintenance every year. Exteriors are there. You've got gravel yard. There is a paved curtain area where the loading is, as you can see at the top of page 6, but the majority of the yard is gravel. Some of the specialized fixtures on page 7, and page 7, some of the outside as well. Let's get into the interior. There's your office space at the top of page 8. Standard space at the bottom there for warehouse in the newer section where the loading is. And then we get into the production area on page number 9. As you can see, there's a lot of demising. Looking at concrete block structures here. That's throughout the facility. They essentially carve access points between each of the units and flow their materials in between those on hand bombed trays, as you can see. More of it on page 11. As you can see, we have some wood roofs as well. So that's the facility that we're looking at. A lot of obsolescence, quite obviously. Looking at the site description, it's shown on page 12. We're not disputing that there is land here. We're disputing what the value of that land would be. Typically, we see a desirable range of 4 to 7 to 1 for industrial properties in terms of land to plan area ratio. We're at 4.9 to 1. So it's on the low end of that scale. They have no intent to develop and subdivide any of their land. That's not in the offing. There's no development land. Any lands that they would have that you could consider extra would be lying on the west-hand side of the property. So let's look at that. Page number 12. The south part of the property is bound by the rail line, as you can see, and then it abuts a neighboring property that's right on the corner of Lagimodier on the west-hand side. So the land itself is low-lying, very low-lying actually, and would require considerable investment in order to be brought to a developable standard. So we're not looking at a graded, graveled, easily accessible development site here as the city has in their comparables. This is scrubland that's low-lying, somewhat marshy in areas, as you can see on page 12. So what should this value be? I will point out at this point in the agenda materials, if you skip to my A6 at some point, you can see that in the prior assessment, the valuation includes $80,000 for excess land, which was based on my valuation for it. So let's look at the property for us here. For a subject time period, nothing about that land has changed. We have stigma attached to the property, whether it has been remediated or not. We're looking at concrete, what was the terminology? Concrete paint pits or something of that nature. They found concrete paint pits, yes. They found hydrocarbon underneath it, etc. So is it remediated? Yes, they say it's remediated, so that's fine. It doesn't change the stigma on the property. So we have not readily developable land with potential stigma on it. What should the value of that be? Well, similar property as mentioned before with 770 Pandora, the city had applied a rate for 99 Murray Park Road, additional land of just under 7,500 a square foot. We see no change in this between that time frame and this. We're not presenting comparables aside from one at the bottom of the page. We've assigned the same value to it, $80,000 for the additional land. Certainly, it would not approach the levels that the city is suggesting. The comp that we provide to you there, 1266 Dugald, this is located as you drive east on Dugald and you cross over the rail lines. It's located on the south side, 111 acres, zoned M3, 18,819 per acre. It is our figure there. So that is the land component of the property. Let's skip forward to the evaluation. My page numbers 16 and 17, we touched on this for 770 Pandora, the aspects of property specific factors for large scale industrial. I'm not going to run through it again. The same material holds through here, even more so essentially because we have no readily convertible property to multi-tenant. It's entirely owner occupied and will remain so. Let's move forward to page number 18 and the comparables. Arif will have some updates on this. We've run through this extensively. I don't have any different comparables on this chart. They're the identical ones from 770. We can run through them. Again, if you have any questions, in this case, and I would agree with Arif, you should provide a comp from the same property that you're valuing. So for 770 Pandora, in the last instance, yes, I would agree with taking that out. Here, obviously, it's a good comparable. 286,000 plus square feet at a net rent of $2.85 in 2015. 20-foot wall height, built in 1973. Superior building to the subject property. You have the Kernahans there, former Palliser Distribution Center. Those rates and sizes are accurate as of the date that they are provided for, which is the intent in providing them. 1821 Wellington is warehouse space. It happens to be used for indoor parking. However, it is warehouse space. 146,000 square feet, $2 a square foot. So our ranges here are exactly the same. We're looking at $2 to $3.75 a square foot. None of these properties are exactly comparable to the subject. They're all under half the size at least, and most of them like a fifth of the size of the subject property, a fifth to a quarter. Obviously, that's going to drive lease rate as well. There's nothing in the range of 530,000 square feet. Economies of scale, your rental rate is going to be lower for 530,000 square feet than it is for 100,000 or 150,000 square feet for generally superior buildings. So what should a fair rate for the subject property be? We have assigned a rental rate of $2.75 a square foot to the subject property based on our information. If you skip forward again, when you wish, to the addenda, pages A5 onwards, you can see that the decision for the subject property was based on my valuation, which used a rental rate of $2.50 in the 2020 assessment period. We've increased that to $2.75 for the 2023 valuation timeframe. Our expenses for the subject property We're not asking for any increased vacancy. We're deferring to the 3% of the city. You can see it is owner occupied. The expense allowance, we've already covered a number of times. We're still asking for the 5% and 2%, 7% in total. And let's skip forward to the shortfall allowance. So what I've done here is give you two charts. This is 2018 through 2020 with stabilized expenses. You can see the range was $4.07 to $5.42. For those 3 years, we have a stabilized amount of $4.98 a square foot. The HVAC cost alone for this property, because of the size, is $1.34 a square foot stabilized. That's a extremely hefty amount to heat a property, and for obvious reasons, you can see why that would be. Below that, I've given you 3 additional years from the past cycle to support this, and you can see that they range from 322 up to 545 with stabilized amount of 446. So obviously operating a property of this size, 530,000 square feet, we are going to have additional costs beyond the $3.85 a square foot. I will point out that the city's model is not going to have a lot of facilities of this size in it. So this is obviously going to be one of those situations where it falls outside the bounds of the norm or the averages that the city's model produces. So we have assigned a rate of $5 a square foot to the shortfall rate for that reason. Move on to capitalization rate. So as discussed, similar property, similar use, superior warehouse aspect for 770 Pandora. Same age as essentially, better loading, and the city has used a 9% cap. I don't know that that is entirely driven by the land contamination there. Let's look at my page 24. Aspects to keep in mind with regard to appropriate cap rate for a property such as this. We have a special purpose building, limited utility to other users, very high capital investment expenses, roof and HVAC replacement, obviously over time, 12 acres of roof. Oversized property for the market, really no market for a tenant of that size or an owner occupant. Limited ability to convert to multi-tenancy. Very significant vacancy risk if you had a single tenant, obviously, 530,000 square feet of vacancy. We have a high degree of functional obsolescence as well as some physical obsolescence. And then typically properties such as this can have financing issues as well. So those are specific to this type of property of this size in our market. So let's move on from there. Commercial brokerages, Colliers and C.B. Richard Ellis have their standard capitalization rate studies for the time frame, ranging between 6% and 7.25%. These are for standard investment grade properties. Subject is not that. These are, they're typically looking at well-tenanted, well-located, multi-tenant facilities with good loading, things of that nature. None of these represents the property. So subject, let's look at what the market does say. What are investors paying for investment properties as of the time frame? We have 5 comps for you here. First one is 700 Mission Street. This is a single tenant facility in St. Boniface, sold in 2019 at a cap rate of 7.8%. That's the single tenant, built in 72, 18-foot wall height. Number two, 895 or 891 to 895 Century Street, Route 90, 2017 sale at 6.6%. 2 buildings on site. There's a multi-tenant building with small bay industrial and a larger commercial building, built in 1988. I didn't have the wall heights on that one. Number 3, 333 Debates, built in 1980, 24-foot wall height, located in St. Thomas Industrial Park. Excellent building, single tenant occupant. 2017 sale at 7.25%. 78 Hutchings is number 4, built in 89, 18-foot wall height, single tenant occupant. 7.2% transaction there. And finally, Sherwin and Keith, this is it's essentially a development site. It was purchased for conversion to industrial condos on one portion of that purchase, but the cap rate there at the time of sale was 7%. So we have a range of kind of 7% up. Typically, the property on Century was very well located and had a commercial component to it. What would be most appropriate for the subject property? Well, certainly it's not going to be any better than 770 Pandora. I don't, the land aspect is certainly only one consideration that goes into the selection of the cap rate. I don't believe that 9% is strictly based on non-remediated land. So our summary is shown on page 95. I have assigned a capitalization rate of 9% to the subject, taking into account all of this discussion. You can see our model versus the cities. We arrive at an income model of 13.7 million, to which we add the additional land component of 80,000. And we come to a final market value of 13,781,000. The addenda includes the income and expense, the decision on page A5 with my workup following that, and the backup with regard to the land valuation for 99 Murray Park Road, as you can see on page A10. That is my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Mr. Assessor, questions?
Yes, please. For your land value, you're using the 2 comparables on page 13, is that?
For my land value, I'm basing it on the city's essentially table rate for the similar property at 99 Murray Park Road. And I provide an additional comp as backup at the bottom.
So are you aware of the property at 99 Murray Park Road is contaminated?
I am aware of that, yes.
And do you know what it's contaminated with?
I'm afraid I don't represent that property owner, so I don't have access to their studies, etc.
Okay. So they found that it used to be a landfill site, and they found that it's producing methane gas there. Are you aware of that?
I am aware that they have venting on that site, yes, because it was
so 68% or 68 acres was the excess land. 28 acres is generating methane gas, and because there's venting, further 35 acres around the site is considered to be a control zone. Are you aware of that?
I don't have the full report included in my material, but I do know that it is a former landfill site with venting, and they have strict controls on it, yes.
Okay, and your 1266 Dougal, were you aware that it was landlocked at the time of sale?
I am aware that it was ever so slightly landlocked, but that has been resolved and it was essentially adjacent to access, so they've taken care of.
At the time of sale, it was landlocked, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And are you aware that there's an aquifer running under that property?
I'm afraid I don't have that detail, no.
Okay, so a lot of that property cannot be built. I think it divides it in half.
Okay, so that would leave us with 55 acres.
And are you aware that that site was not serviced at the time of sale?
I am aware of that, yes. Neither is the subject property as a demised developable parcel. It's not, they're the same in that aspect.
And the subject property, they've continued to build on that land. Is that correct? To expand out?
The last addition that they made is shown in your information, which is the 2007 234 square foot addition. Prior to that, we're looking at essentially 2001 when their main addition was constructed.
If you look at my page 9, the permits, you'll notice that there's been additions going from there's 2013, 2008, 2006. Are you aware of those permits?
Of course not. I don't work for the city. I know that they follow all due diligence and take out permits where required to do any electrical work or plumbing or anything that would require a permit from the city. They diligently do so. If we run through these, let's look at what they are.
Gentlemen, this was to get it, this is questions of the applicant.
That's a good point.
His work.
Yeah, so if you do run down those permits, you will see there's additions, permits for additions there. In regards to your lease comparables, these are the same lease comparables that you had for 770 Pandora, the first property, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you are aware that a lot of these numbers have changed since you had last looked at them?
I believe we ran through that information in detail on the 770 Pandora, so the panel will have that information.
Okay, so just to reiterate, Sherman was at 340, Inkster was 1750, Inkster was at 525, 1725 Sargent was owner occupied. 770 Pandora is actually $7.26 per square foot, is that correct?
You're asking me to comment on your information. I can't really do so.
Well, I'm asking you to comment on your comparable number 5 there.
Okay, my comment with regard to 1725 Sargent was that in 2015, there was a lease of 103,000 square feet at $2.65.
No, I'm asking about Pandora, your comp number 5. It's $7.26 per their tenant roll. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, number 70. Their gross rate is as stated 645, and the net comes out to $2.85 a square foot.
Actually, well, in the tenant roll for 770 Pandora, they've listed it as. Give me 1 second. So they're charging monthly rent of $40,658. There's annual property tax recovery. There's annual general admin recovery, and there's utility recovery. So it's a net rent. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. I wouldn't provide information.
Okay, I'll just refer you to my appendix 9 on 770 Pandora with the tenant roll that your client provided. It works out to $7.26.
So let's examine this in detail, because you're presenting information to the board and saying that I'm wildly off in what I'm presenting here. So what I've presented on page 5, let me make sure I have a proper document here. We're dealing with 1180 Springfield Street. So page number 18, my chart in the middle of the page, comparable number 5, 770 Pandora. We had a lease to Cabela's at that time of 287,000 square feet, just under, at what amounted to a net rate of $2.85 a square foot, $6.45 a square foot. $6.45 a square foot gross. That is accurate. That's exactly what it was. What you're referring to are different tenancies as shown in my presentation for 770 Pandora as of the reference date. The reason for providing 770 Pandora in the 2015 lease is that that's the largest lease that was available in the marketplace over any reasonable amount of time, 287,000 square feet. That's what was paid at that time. Our leases since that time, 107,000 is the largest with the net rental rate in that case of $2.40.
Okay, and as of the reference date, the leases at Kernahan are not in place. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sure, 5 comparable number 10, 1155, it's currently at $5.38. Is that correct?
Well, again, you're asking me to comment on information that you've presented. I don't have that sitting right in front of me. What was the question?
The rental rate for comparable number 10 currently sits at $5.38.
Was that in your rebuttal or?
Yes, it was. It was the last page. Unfortunately, it's titled incorrectly, but it is 5. If you look at the address on the tenant roll.
Okay, yeah, the 1093 sure one confuses me.
All right. Now, I think you said you've given the property a 9% cap rate because it's one single tenant and it has stigma. Is that correct?
That's a very small portion of the overall selection of the cap rate. So no, I would disagree with that. That's
okay. What I'm asking is, how did you come to a 9% cap rate?
okay. Well, let's look at it in detail then. So let's flip forward to my page 24. Again, I've run through this with the panel here, so cut me off whenever you wish. I've demonstrated the challenges with properties such as this being an investment property on the marketplace, the particular aspects that are not non-standard that you should look at in developing market value for this type of property. All of those are listed there for you on page 24. Went through them individually. We then look at the peak of the market, essentially, with Colliers and CB Richard Ellis, discussing investment grade assets between 6 and 7.25%, essentially for the peak of the market. So low risk, good tenancies, well located, good structures. That's what you're seeing. We present our chart below that for actual transactions in the marketplace. And I've discussed each of these. Caps between 6.6 and 7.8%. I've discussed each of them slightly for the panel. All of these are dramatically smaller than the subject property and would not what they provide you is an indication of what industrial investment purchasers are willing to ascribe as value to properties and the resultant cap rates in the relevant time frame. So if we look at the subject property, we have a single occupant tenant, theoretically, of 530,000 square feet. We have no market for it. There are no tenants of that size. No owner occupant is going to buy this building to move into of 530,000 square feet. We're not looking at conversion of the property because that's not what we value in assessment. And if we were, the costs would be absolutely enormous for the subject property. It's on a gravel site, largely not paved. Loading, it does have a gravel, or rather a paved apron with dock level loading, etc. The structure is 13 different buildings amalgamated into one. Horrible internal obsolescence. We have some roofs that are still wood deck, etc. And you look at all of these factors, all of the standard factors that you would take into account to look at a cap rate. 9% is pretty reasonable in terms of a cap rate for a property such as this.
But you would agree then it's similar to what you described there is similar to 770 Pandora, is that not correct? That was a single tenant and it was turned into a multi-tenant. You agreed with their 7.65% cap rate, did you not?
On 770 Pandora? No, it's not. We were at 9%, if you recall.
I think the explanation in regards to how he got the 9% for the subject property is sufficient.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitebread,
Nothing, thanks.
sorry. None? Fisher? No.
No, sorry, I don't know.
Ian?
No, thank you.
Summation either party?
No, thanks.
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, we'll go to the last property, which is 1450 Clarence Avenue. Mr. Assessor, whenever you're ready.
Yes, can you just give me a second? Somebody open my door. I gotta close.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Board revision file number 22-236, roll number 0307049150. Address is 1450 Clarence Avenue. Roll year is 2023. Reference date is April 1st, 2021. Assessed value is $1,775,000. Number of buildings is 2. Number of premises is 1. Number of stories is 1. Actual year built ranges from 1980 to 1989. Effective year built, we're utilizing 1989. Wall heights range from 10 to 15 feet. It's zone M2 manufacturing general. Land area is 111,411 square feet. Plan area is 14,790 square feet. Gross floor area is 14,790 square feet. Leasable area is 15,917 square feet. Land to plan area is 7.53 to 1. So on page appendix 1 is the subject map of the map of the subject area. It's in the southwest quadrant of the city. Appendix 2 is the parcel boundaries. Appendix 3 is the 2 buildings. A detail on the 2 buildings there. And then page 4 is the overhead view of the subject property. Appendix 5 has the street views. Appendix number 8 is the income and expense submission. So you'll notice that the indicated monthly rent is 6,000 and it's a net lease as indicated by the tenant roll on page 9. And then on page 10, I have the status of title. On page 11, you'll notice there is a mortgage of $1 million on the subject property. And so going back to my page number 2. You'll note that there was a sale in 2000 for $375,000. And then again, the leases, there's a lease in place of $6 per square foot. And where are you? Well, I'll get to what we're utilizing. So on page 3 is our comparables. All comparables are industrial properties. All leases are current in relation to the reference date. Year built ranges from 1964 to 1994. Wall heights range from 10 feet to 24 feet. Leasable areas range at different intervals from approximately 10,500 square feet to approximately 20,000 square feet. And net rents range from $6.82 per square feet to $8.75 per square foot. On the following page, I have some land comparables. So there's excess land of approximately 25,695 square feet. We're utilizing a $9.18 per square foot for excess land. You'll note that the comparables range from $8.09 per square foot all the way up to $13.53 per square foot. So utilizing $9.18 per square foot, that gives us a rounded value of $236,000 for excess land. There's some detached structures. So we're just using a cost approach on the detached structures. So it's cost new, less depreciation. And we get a value of $28,000 for the for the additional buildings. So on page 5 is our workup. We're utilizing a net rental rate of $6.28. We're applying $3.5% for vacancy. 3% non-recoverable expense rate we're utilizing, and $3.85 for vacancy shortfall. This results in an NOI of $91,421. We're applying a cap rate of 6.05. This results in a capitalized value of $1,511,091. So if you add the additional land and the additional buildings, that gives us a rounded value of $1,775,000 for assessed value. Okay, so given the state of the industrial real estate market in Winnipeg over the last several years, we believe that the assessed value of $1.775 million to be fair and equitable, and I respectfully ask that the board confirm this value. And I'll open the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, questions of the assessor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on page number 3, the rent comparables, with the exception of Chevrier, all of these are located in that St. James industrial area, correct?
Yeah, so if you look at our map on page 15, these are the industrial market regions. Appendix 15, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I stopped printing all of the addenda at some point because there was so much of it. In any case,
so in our appendix 15, there's a market region 4, and that encompasses all those areas. So St. James and Waverly West there.
okay, so looking at it logically though, a location on King Edward or St. Matthews or Century would be different than a location on Clarence, would it not?
Yes, and I would say that the ones south of the actual where the subject is located would be a better
Okay.
market region than St. James.
Okay, let's move on to the land value then. Page number 4 of your brief. 1009 Dugald, date of sale December 2014. City's aware there was a house on the property at that time.
I'm not sure.
Okay. 30 Hyde Avenue, transaction twice here. One of them is, well, this is a very narrow strip of land that's not wide enough to develop on, which was bought by the adjacent landowners. Is the city aware of that?
Well, you know what, it's sold twice, and you can see that there was a price increase. That's why I put it in there.
Okay, comparable 1530 St. James Street. This is located just north of Costco essentially, and has been developed as a car wash. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what it's developed as.
That would be the Polo Park area.
It's St. James, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that close to Pole Park.
Okay. If I look at your page number appendix 4, where the site is shown here.
Yes.
Okay, so if we draw a line, I'm assuming the additional land that's being referred to is on what would be the south side or the left side of that photo?
Yes.
East side, pardon me. So if we draw a straight line from the rear of the property forward, intersecting with Clarence, that would essentially be the division that you're looking at.
Yes.
So there's no access point to the subject property at that point. Is that correct?
At this point, there isn't. It's no. Yeah.
That would be a change. Then they would have to successfully get a change and get an access point from the city to the property. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mahon?
Just a question about the rental rates, but I think it's been answered. Sorry, give me one moment here. It's been answered. Thank you.
I thank you.
Not that, nothing else.
Mr. Whitbread?
Mr. Whitbread, you're muted.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
I have none either. So, Mr. Smith, your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So subject property 1450 Clarence is an owner occupied property. If you flip forward to page A1 of my brief, first page of the addenda, you have the income and expense for the property. It doesn't indicate owner occupied or partially owner occupied or tenant occupied. It is owner occupied. The income that they're showing there is what they're charging themselves. And the tenant is QD tenant. Owner occupant is QDI Millwork, which you can see as indicated on A2 there. If you look at the email address, you can determine who the occupant is. They are the owner occupants. The owner of QDI Millwork owns the property, so there is no lease in place. Pardon, arm's length lease in place. Let's move forward to the valuation. Pardon me. The we're looking at a 53% increase in assessed value, $613,000 over 3 years. Again, this is not representative of market. That is not typical. This property is nothing special that would drive that change, including any additional land. What we're looking at, you can see the 2020 and 2018 assessments there and the reductions that they were, and the appropriate lift in value that we have at $1,303,000 based on market evidence. So property originally built in 1980. There's a couple of structures on site. This is probably important to look at, so we'll be quick with it, but is here. The original property was built in 1967, and this was a pole barn. We'll have a photo of it on here somewhere. Well, you can see the interiors on page 9, as well as the bottom of page 8 for the pole barn. I'll direct your attention to it on my page 11 when we get there. The remainder of the property was built between 80 and 89, I guess. The with wood frame structure, poured concrete foundation, wood truss roof, etc. It was built for them by them as a millworking operation. So that is what we're looking at. And again, the older structure is the pole barn structure. The exterior wall height is 10 to 15 feet. So for industrial purposes, it's really, really low. This is not a standard warehouse facility. It's purpose-built for them. It is what it is. Photos on page 4 and 5. Number 5 is looking towards Clarence. And top of page 5 is looking away from Clarence, so towards the back end of the site. You can see the Quonset structures on site. We've attributed value to them based on what the city had. And then we get into the buildings themselves. So main building is shown on page number 6, the front and the rear of it. You can see the specialized fixtures that have no purpose for anyone else other than the manufacturer. Interior, low ceiling heights, and the very basic build out. They essentially have one grade level loading area at the front of it. And you can see the unfinished nature of much of it as shown on page number 8. The pole barn, again, is shown on the bottom of page 8 and page number 9. And they have an ATCO trailer on site, which they use as their office space, which is shown on page 10. That's what the additional value is essentially capturing in our valuation, as well as the city's, I imagine. Site is shown on page 11. And again, draw a line from the rear portion of the site straight forward to Clarence. You end up with a landlocked parcel. There is no access to the site. We're not changing physical aspects to attribute more value to it. It would not be done in that fashion. That's not what we're assessing. You're not going to have additional value for that particular property. For that reason, let's move forward to the valuation. So we have kind of an older, tired manufacturing facility. What would a fair rent for that property be? Leasable area of 15,917 square feet. Our first comp, while we start there, bear with me for a second. First comp, let's not put any weight on that. It is a vastly superior building at 550 square foot, but I'm not going to attribute that to the subject, although it is in the same area. 1073 Key Waiton, multi-tenant property, standard unit size, built in 79, $5.75 a square foot in a 2018 lease. 69 Eagle, similarly, very standard multi-tenant property, $5.75 for a couple of units built in 1980. 851 La Moje, $6 a square foot. Similarly, multi-tenant property, 2018 lease, 3 units there likely, built in 75, $6 a square foot. 214 Debates in St. Boniface, more recent build in 88, $6 a square foot. 51 Bannister, also multi-tenant, just off of Route 90. 6,000 square feet at $6 a square foot, bog standard, multi-tenant, small bay development, and similarly 199 Omans Creek. So the Omans Creek being at 5.25%. So our leases start between 2016 and 2021. And varying comparability. Again, you're not going to see a lot of arm's length leases for manufacturing facilities. What we're showing you here is properties with similar utility. Our property is 15,000+ square feet. We have 13,000, 15,736, a couple of 6,000s, 9,000. So they're in the, and they're generally pointing towards $6 a square foot for well-located properties in demand. Now, we've assigned that same $6 a square foot to the subject property. Is that too high? Well, possibly, but it's also in Fort Garry, so we'll attribute slightly more rental value to it for that purpose. Moving on, expenses. We've used a vacancy rate of 3.5%. The data is there for you. We defer to the structural shortfall of 385, and we can move forward to the capitalization rate. Same information. Market participants indicating between 6 and 7.25%. We have an old, tired, low ceilings, narrow site buildings with in the location that it is. What would the demand for that property be? Well, it would certainly be not be at the premium end of that range. It is a smaller size property at 15,000 square feet of leasable area, so you might get slightly more demand from your smaller scale investors at that level. Our comparables range between 6.6% for a very well located property on Route 90, up to 7.8% for a property on Mission Street in St. Boniface. The bulk of them being in that 7.5% range. I've attributed a slight reduction to 6.5% for the property, again based on size and location, essentially. To that, I've also added what was the city of Winnipeg's additional value of $41,000 for the Atco trailer, and perhaps the pole, not the pole barn, but the Quonset huts. I did not have access to what they were using for this cycle, so we've used $41,000, which gives us a final market value of $1,303,000. And that is my presentation.
I thank you. Questions of the applicant?
I'm good, thanks.
Mr. Whitbread?
Nothing, thanks.
You? Mr. Mahone?
No, thank you, no questions.
Okay, I think that about concludes everything. So, Mr. Smith, thank you. Mr. Assessor, thank you. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.